issue from a point of information? Or was it a scam, or is it the government or the ministry trying to rob Kenyans through these schemes? Thank you.
Like has been said, there will be a substantive response on that matter and address to those issues by the CS next week, including, and Kenyans will be at liberty to seek a refund, maybe. Let's wait for it. Let's proceed. Honorable members, Honorable Bowen, you are simply just, because it doesn't matter how much we speculate here. We are talking to ourselves because there's no one to respond to it. Yeah, so it's a futile exercise. So let us proceed. The Honorable Leader for Majority, you have your weekly statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I know Honorable Bowen Kangogo. I know his son was sitting KCP and he has done extremely well. And congratulations to the young Kangogo for the exemplary performance in his KCP. That is why you see the Honorable Kangogo is very keen to contribute on that. But just for the record, Honorable Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to congratulate Angela Wamoyo Kimani, who was also sitting for her KCP, and she's done exceptionally well, Honorable Speaker. And I can confirm that the system is working. I actually just checked my daughter's results while I was still seated here. It's true there was a problem with Safaricom earlier, but it has since been rectified, and that system is working. Honorable Speaker, if I can now go to the usual Thursday statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give this statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Thursday, 21st November 2023, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, I continue to commend members and committees for the active participation which has seen the conclusion of several key items of business in the House this past week, including the supplementary budget. I encourage members not to tire as we head to the end of this session, Honorable Speaker, and ensure they attend sittings of the House and committees as they expedite any urgent business to enable its conclusion by the House before the recess period. Honorable Speaker, with regards to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages, some of which are listed in today's order paper. 1, Committee of the Whole House on the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2023. 2, the National Government Constituency Development Fund Amendment Bill 2023. And C, the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, kindly protect me from the Honorable Sunguya, who is behaving like he's selling cattle at Kiserian Market. He's conversing in Kimasai right behind me. Honorable Speaker is
Order, Honorable Sunguya.
No, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Kangogo and Honorable Sunguya are being a very bad example to younger members. Because they have been here long enough, and these speakers pick up everything that they will converse in vernacular behind the person who is speaking. It's only fair when someone is up on his feet speaking that those around them, one, desist from conversing in vernacular, because Kenyans do not understand your vernaculars. 2, except those from your village, of course. And now, Honorable Speaker, Kangogo is from one region of the country. The other one is another pastor, is from another part of the country, Honorable Speaker. You can guess the kind of conversation that was there about cattle and... Honorable Speaker, if I can move on, 2 is a second reading. And I was saying that, Honorable Speaker, so that we also get the attention of members on the Committee of the Whole House on the National Government Constituency Development Fund Amendment Bill of 2023. And I can see the Honorable Kwenya Thuku has noted, I know what interest he has in that bill. So those who had an issue with that bill, it is scheduled for Committee of the Whole next week. 2, Honorable Speaker, is the second reading of the National Lottery Bill of 2023, the Gambling Control Bill of 2023, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill of 2023, and the second reading of the Land Laws Amendment Bill of 2023. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are listed in the order paper today, should they not be concluded in the course of the sitting this afternoon. 1, report on the loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023. 2, report of the Kenya delegation to the 4th General Assembly of the Eastern Africa Parliamentary Alliance on Food Security and Nutrition, EAPA-FSN, held in Kigali, Rwanda. 3, reports of the Auditor General on 23 non-compliant state corporations. 4, report on the proceedings of the second ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament. 5, report on the proceedings of the 2023 United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. And 6, report on enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the attendance of Cabinet Secretaries to answer questions from members, I wish to inform the House that due to priority business scheduled for next week, the Cabinet Secretaries that were scheduled to appear on Wednesday, 29th, November 2023, have been rescheduled to a later date. Honorable Speaker, this is to allow us to conclude on the very important government bills that are scheduled for the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday sittings next week. Honorable Speaker, finally, with regards to the attendance of, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the House Business Committee shall reconvene on Tuesday, 28th November 2023 to schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Are you done with all your statement? Nothing else? Okay. Right, let's move to the next order.
Order number 8, motion. Consideration of Senate amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023.
Chairperson for the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Didi Nyoro.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move the report on the amendments by the Senate on the County Government Additional Allocations Bill 2023, that is National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, around June, we came to this House and we moved this bill, Honorable Speaker, and then, as should be, it proceeded to the Senate. And Honorable Speaker, what happens in the process of this kind of a bill, if the Senate amends even a comma on the bill, it should then therefore come back to this House for concurrence. And from the onset, Honorable Speaker, it is important that I put this across as I start, that even as I move, the Budget and Appropriations Committee...
Honorable Chair, just move it as is, and then you can proceed to justify.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
I know you always do it the other way around.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the guidance. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the County Government Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, be now considered.
Asante, now you can proceed to justify.
Honorable Speaker, in June of this year, we came before this House as the Budget and Appropriations Committee, And this House actually passed the County Government Additional Allocation Bill then. And the way it should be is that once we consider and pass such kind of a bill, and it proceeds to the Senate, then the Senate should consider, and if there is any amendment on this kind of bill, then the bill should come back to this House, and if there is concurrence, then we proceed. But if we reject, then we go to the mediation. And from the onset, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the Budget and Appropriations Committee met for the last 2 weeks, and we considered the report from the Senate. And Honorable Speaker, I stand here because the Budget and Appropriations Committee actually rejected the amended version from the Senate. And Honorable Speaker, I want to make it very clear that, and I am repeating just for guidance of this House, that we actually rejected the amended version from the Senate. Honorable Speaker, the additional allocations that we make to the counties are usually conditional and non-conditional allocations. And Honorable Speaker, one of the premises that the Budget and Appropriations Committee actually rejected the amended version from the Senate is specifically number 1 on the library services budget, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are some 33 counties that have previously been considered with conditional grants to the county governments, Honorable Speaker, specifically to take care of the library services, and also insofar as the salaries of the officers in running of those library services is concerned. And Honorable Speaker, what happened is that there has been a case that had been sponsored by our governors for the last few years in regards to what constitutes equitable share. And in that regard, Honorable Speaker, some of these conditional and non-conditional grants were exempted by the courts to be considered under equitable share. Now, what happened is that this House previously passed the non-amended version, Honorable Speaker, that then included that monies for library services. And Honorable Speaker, what happened is that when it proceeded to the Senate, then these monies were actually, previously we had allocated equally, Honorable Speaker, because any monies that again goes to the equitable share, then it is subjected to the formula that is made by the CRA. That is the Commission on Revenue Allocation. And Honorable Speaker, then what happened is that when this bill proceeded to the Senate, then the Senate amended that bill by adding 428 billion Kenya shillings, actually 424 billion Kenya shillings, monies then they are considering as conditional grants to the library services. So what literally we are doing is to actually double allocate monies for the library services, because this House actually had allocated that money, then it was divided equally, because once it goes to the equitable share, according to the judgment of the courts, is that these kind of monies then are subjected to the formula. But then, Honorable Speaker, upon proceeding to the Senate, then these monies, again, the Senate proposed to add an equivalent amount. The ramification of this, Honorable Speaker, is that the way we had divided before, using the equitable share, is that out of the 33 counties, actually 11 out of those were getting additional monies that they ought to have gotten. And 22 are losing, some of which are losing marginally. Then 14 counties are benefiting from this kitty inadvertently, because they are not part of the 33 counties that were previously designed to earn money from this kitty or from these conditional grants. Honorable Speaker, the other area that made us reject the amended version from the Senate is that there are some conditional grants that county governments get from the national government. Now, what the Senate were proposing is that these monies given by the national government should not pass through MDAs, but the county government should get these monies directly. Some of these Honorable Speaker, is the monies that the national government actually advances to 5 county governments for building of county headquarters for counties that never had existing structures before, and especially in the headquarters. Honorable Speaker, what the Senate are proposing is that in this kind of conditional grants, then the counties should receive monies directly, and therefore we exempt the role of MDAs in terms of oversighting these conditional grants. Honorable Speaker, we want to revert back to what this House passed, and that is why we recommended for the rejection of the amended version of the bill, Honorable Speaker, because number one, we have already appropriated monies for this financial year. And then, when the Senate then returns the bill for us to fund extra monies to a tune of 424 million, Honorable Speaker, this money is not provisioned in the budget, and therefore will be contravening the same appropriations bill that you already passed in this House and that which the Treasury is currently implementing. Honorable Speaker, as I come to the conclusion, I also want to laud our governors, because this is not an issue around governance, and especially county governments. Our governors have continued to do their bit and to work very hard. I also want to laud the Senate, because disagreement does not necessarily mean that there is anything between both houses. It is just a consideration in principle. Our Senate has been doing a great job in terms of supporting devolution. And Honorable Speaker, for this proceed to mediation, it does not mean that there is any house that is looking down on any. We are all equal members of Parliament, and we respect the Senate and the great role they are playing in terms of advancing devolution in Kenya. And this is just a matter of principle that you have appropriated these monies. The monies that are being, the Senate is seeking to introduce is not in the appropriations bill as it is now, and therefore it will be in vain that we actually adopt a report that is suggesting extra resources that are not available. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I wish and I hope that once we proceed to the mediation, we will be able to iron out these small issues so that counties can then receive the monies due to them. Honorable Speaker, I also want to laud this administration led by our President, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. And I'm saying this because, Honorable Speaker, we are doing something unprecedented, that our counties are now receiving monies, and especially equitable share, in time. Honorable Speaker, by the close of the last financial year, we actually crossed over this financial year with no arrears owed to our county governments. And therefore, this is very, very important, because we are actually not just devolving functions. We are also making sure that our esteemed governors are able to discharge their duties without the handicap of illiquidity. Honorable Speaker, also this goes a long way into reducing some of the unnecessary expenses, and especially that which are around interest rates, when, for example, county governments take overdrafts from commercial banks to pay some of the monies that has no luxury to wait, for example, salaries. Honorable Speaker, by advancing monies to our county governments in time, we are reducing on those kind of expenditure, and therefore it is something that is laudable. Honorable Speaker, again, just to repeat, the fact that these houses is rejecting the proposed version from the Senate, this is just part of our job, and it is in no way, Honorable Speaker, trying to undo the work of the Senate. And I'm repeating, just because these houses have been working very harmoniously, we are just rejecting in principle, because there is actually no monies to add, because the appropriations bill is already passed by this House, and therefore we cannot then come back and then pass a bill that is proposing more monies that are not available. I have just repeated that 3 times to buttress the fact that this is just part of our work. We can reject, then we go to mediation, and then we are able to get a way out. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members of the Budget Committee, the members of this House, our technical team in the Parliamentary Budget Office, led by, of course, Millicent, who is here, with Kyoko, and all the other members who have taken part in coming up with this report. And with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to request the Vice Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, the Honorable Mary Emase, to second.
Give Honorable Emase the mic. Oh, there she is.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to second the bill, the motion. And from the onset, I want to say that the county government additional allocation bill is normally a very straightforward bill that is just meant to provide for additional allocations to the county government, either from national government's share as conditional grant for developed functions, or unconditional allocations, like in this case, to provide county governments with additional funds collected from court fines, collected from mineral royalties, and also conditional allocation from loans and grants from our partners. As already been explained by the chair, I want to say that even as we prepare to get into mediation, I know that those who will find themselves in that stream should prosecute this matter with the urgency that it deserves so that county governments can get money. But, Madam Speaker, even as we discuss disbursement of additional funds to the counties, I was looking at the report on poverty index, and I was saddened by how some of our counties are doing very badly. Busia is being ranked the 3rd last at the bottom in terms of development. And I'm foreseeing a situation in the future, in another decade or 2, where we're going to have a replica of developed world and the underdeveloped and the least developed. So as we appropriate and devolve monies to the county government, I want to implore the governors to use the money for the purposes intended for. If it's a conditionally allocation, it should be appropriated and used for the purpose for which it was intended for. So, Madam Speaker, I second this motion, and I want to leave there and give opportunity for most of the members to contribute. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, be now considered. Okay, I see the mood of the House that I put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that the Senate amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, be now considered. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Of the proceed. Next order.
Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable, order members. You may resume your seats. Members, during this stage, we'll allow a few comments at this stage. So I would request members to resume their seats. Members who may want to say something or two on this, resume your seats. We'll allow Thank you. Members, we are now in the committee of the whole. And as usual, members, you know how it works. So let's proceed.
Senate amendment to clause 4.
Clause 4. Chair?
Thank you very much.
Just wait, just give a minute. I propose the question. Order. Order, members. I propose the question that the Senate amendments to clause 4 of the County Government Additional Allocations Bill be now approved. Chair of Budget Committee.
Honorable Chair, allow me, because I do not want to belabor the point and repeat myself again and again on every clause, you allow me just to make a brief statement. As I said before, the County Government Additional Allocation Bill emanates from here. Then we take again to the Senate. And if the Senate amends any of the clauses of the bill, then it comes back here. Once it comes back here, this House may go with the may go on the side of the Senate proposal, or we reject. But, Honorable Speaker, upon the perusal of the amendments as the Budget and Appropriations Committee, we made a decision to reject. And we rejected not because there is supremacy between this House and the other. It is purely on principle. Number one of the issues in consideration was the library services. The library services, there was money, 424 million, which had been appropriated for 33 counties. But then these monies were put at the equitable share because it's a devolved function. Then what happens is that when this bill went to Senate, then Senate is proposing, on top of the 424 million we had already appropriated, that we had a similar amount, then now to go to the 33 counties. Honorable Speaker, this House has already passed the appropriations bill. So the monies that we are drawing for any MDA or county government is actually coming from the express authority from the appropriations bill. And therefore, there is actually no money to give in terms of addition. The second issue that we actually rejected is that, and this is the last one, Honorable Speaker, is that Senate is proposing that the conditional grants that we give to county governments, that they receive this money directly. So what usually happens, for example, the monies to build headquarters for 5 counties, is that there is supervisory role from the public works. So if we then set these monies direct, we are taking away the role of supervising from the relevant MDA. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, on all the 6 clauses, so that I don't repeat myself, we are actually against all the amendments, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we are actually voting nay, we are rejecting.
Thank you. The Chair of Finance Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. You know, without overemphasizing that this committee of the whole, ideally we could have dealt with the issue before, but that's water under the bridge. So the import of the voting of these particular clauses is that if we accept the clauses as recommended by the Senate, that means you'll be allocating the money, will be agreeing with the recommendations by the Senate. The problem with that is we already passed the appropriations bill. Now it's an appropriations act. So in terms of a double entry debit credit way, then you are allocating additional funds to something, but you have not provided for that money. So in essence, even if we were to agree with these recommendations by the Senate, they would be irregular and illegal, because unless, again, we do an amendment to the Appropriations Act so that we would provide this money that they are providing for additional allocation for this particular service, for this particular votes as described by the Chair of Budget. So essentially now is if this House, I beg that we agree that we reject these amendments by the Senate and therefore vote no to all those clauses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now I must allow this side. I'll give the Honorable Tuku.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas I agree with the Chair budget in his language, he's very polite in terms of the fact that Senate is attempting to appropriate money which is not within their purview. The role of appropriating is under the purview of the National Assembly, and indeed, once appropriation bill is passed, then that's it. The only other thing, the only thing that Senate can do, maybe reallocating, redistributing, but in terms of appropriating, that is the business of the National Assembly.
Thank you. The Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, two issues. The first one, Honorable Chair, I want to thank my chairman for what he's saying. I think if he had moved the House to that direction, we should actually have killed this bill at motion number 8 by voting no, so that we will not have no need for 9. But now that we are past that, Honorable Chair, because we voted yes, it means we have now to go clause by clause. What we need to do, Honorable Chair, is, because we can't do just all clauses, we say no. Just take us through the motion very quickly, clause by clause. No, 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 no. We clear this and we go to the next level.
Thank you. The Honorable Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, inatamausha sana chairman, wakati spika ameshazungumza akapitisha jambo kisha linaenda kujadiliwa kando liweze kuwa reversed. Hawa governors wamepata matatizo mengi sana na sisi tumeshuhudiwa, Mheshimiwa Chairman. Tukiangalia hata mafuriko, gavana wetu ametukanwa sana kwa kukosa pesa. Na sisi tunasema hizi pesa ambazo wameomba kule, Chairman wa budget, kwa hisani yako, vile imepita hapa ni Mungu ametaka zipite, kaunti zipate pesa. Wapeni magavana pesa waweze kufanya kazi, tujenge taifa pamoja. Na hili limeshapita Chair, ni kazi ya Mungu, wale watu wa chini waweze kusaidika. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Chairman.
Members, we have 4 clauses. Let me put a question on this one, then you can speak on the next clause. So I now therefore put the question, I put the question that the Senate amendments to clause 4 of the County Government Additional Elections Bill be now approved. As we know that opinion, say aye. As we know that opinion, say nay. Nay. Of course, the nays have it.
Senate amendment to clause 5.
I now propose the question. The Honorable, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Wanjala, you obviously know, you've been in this house for donkey years. You now know, the rules, Honorable Wanjala. Yes, and you obviously don't have the numbers, so may you resume your seats. I now propose the question that the Senate amendments to clause 5 of the County Government Additional Locations Bill be now approved.
Put the question.
I now put the question that clause 5 of the County Government Additional Allocations Bill, Bill number 23 of 2023, be now approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The nays have it. The Honorable Wanjala, what's out of order? Give it to him. Yes, Honorable Wanjala, you have the mic.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that I was raising a point and you disregarded me, and whatever I was raising about has passed.
You are now regarded.
But Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering that the people on the other side who are the shareholders, they seem not to be knowing what they are doing. They are being spoon-fed by the chairman of Finance Committee by crossing his funds, which is wrong. They are supposed to vote on their own. They are supposed to think, you shareholders.
Honorable Wanjala, you can do the same to your side.
Senate amendment to clause 8.
I now propose the question that the Senate amendments to clause 8 of the County Government Additional Elections Bill of 2023 number 23 of 2023 be now approved. The member for Nyando. You have the mic. Go ahead.
Not functional.
Use the next one.
Use this one.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, firstly, we must acknowledge that we are in a bit of a quandary. Honorable Speaker, you know, first and foremost, Honorable Speaker, there is nothing unconstitutional that our Senate colleagues have done. They have expressed themselves on this most fundamental issue, and that matter has been brought to us. Under the spirit of complementarity, we wouldn't wish to create friction between the two houses. Yes. And that is why the drafters of this constitution saw it wise to come up with a mediation so that there is a middle ground where both warring factions can meet. Honorable Speaker, what is being demonstrated on the floor of this House this afternoon is to undermine our very good ladies, our very good gentlemen who make laws in the other House, in the Senate, Honorable Speaker. It is an absurdity, so to speak, that we have to be shepherded, we have to be shown which direction to take, whereas when we came to this House, Honorable Speaker, we have our own conscience. We have our own intellect. We have our own know-how. And no one should dictate to us how to vote a particular way or not, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I think that because we would want to maintain the friendship, the brotherhood and sisterhood that exists between the two houses, let us employ a high degree of decorum even as we go through this bill, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
I think, Honorable Speaker, that without being coerced by anybody from across the aisle,
thank you,
we must accept all the proposals as they came from the Senate. Because, Honorable Speaker, finally, our governors...
Allow him to finish. Give him his time.
Please give me time. Give me time to speak. Honorable Chair, what the country is experiencing now on the matter of flooding is a shame to this country. And there are one part
Honorable Member for Nyando.
Kindly give me time to prosecute my matter.
I have.
Kindly. The country is going through a very difficult situation with flooding. We have lost more than 80 lives.
Thank you.
80 people have since died as a result of flooding.
Thank you.
The monies are domiciled here in Nairobi.
Thank you. The member for Nyando, I think we are the committee of the whole. Give him 30 seconds.
Only one moment.
Let's be relevant. Be relevant on this matter.
Honorable Speaker, whereas monies are sitting pretty here in Nairobi, our governors have nothing, no recourse, no money to handle the flooding menace that has claimed more than 80 lives, Honorable Speaker.
Just a minute.
I want to believe that sense is going to prevail in this House, and money will be given to the governors.
Just to ask, the member for Nyando, is there any money for floods on this bill? The Chair of Budget Committee.
Honorable Chair, and I highly regard the two members who have spoken, Honorable Zamzam and my friend, Honorable Okello, but there is no point of sensationalizing this matter. Because, Honorable Speaker, the question before us is very simple. We are not fighting with any house. This House, the National Assembly and the Senate, we work very well and very smoothly. The issue before us is one. We took the national government additional allocation bill to the Senate. Let me go sequentially.
No, you don't have so
there
much
is
time.
monies already allocated.
Chairman, you don't have so much time.
Yes. Then the point I'm trying to make the additional resources as proposed by the amendment from the Senate, number one, is not money for floods. And there is no flexibility on how to use the money. The money is purely for library services. Then those monies we are already provided for. Then as we go through the amendments from the Senate, Honorable Speaker, we can only appropriate money that is already in the Appropriations Act. These monies are not there. And therefore, even if we were to pass, then it is in futility. And lastly, how do we go to mediation? We have already rejected the first amendment. Consequently, we are already mediating, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In fact, the point I wanted to make in regard to what the member for Nyando was saying has already been made by the Chair, Budget and Appropriations, because there is nothing untold that we are doing in rejecting all these amendments, because the next natural course of action is to go into mediation. And good relations between the two houses is to mediate and agree on a common position. And therefore, Honorable Chair, I just want to urge members to join the Chair of Budget in rejecting not just this amendment, but even the following two amendments.
You. The member for the Honorable Kahangara, and this will be the last. The next people will speak in the next. No, let's hear from Member Kahangara.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to add my voice on the same and say that while some members may be trying to whip emotions in terms of the relationship between the Senate and the National Assembly, I think it has been made very clear that the money to be appropriated is normally appropriated by the National Assembly. And the additional money that the Senate is talking about is nowhere to be found. And Mr. Speaker, let me remind this House that back in 2015, the Senate did a similar thing, where they added county governments 3 billion shillings, and accounting standards is debit credit. That the moment you add money, you must tell us where to get the money from, which they have not done in this particular case.
Thank you.
And what we did then was actually to take the money that we had appropriated to the Senate, first of all, to be able to cover the deficit that they had created. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll join the Chair in rejecting the proposals or the amendments for that matter, so that it can be able to go to mediation. Thank you.
And I will put the question that the Senate amendments to Clause 8 of the County Government Additional Allocations Bill 23 of 2023 be now approved. As one of that opinion say aye. As one of that opinion say nay. The nays have it.
Schedules. Senate amendment to the first schedule.
I propose the question that the Senate amendment to the first schedule be now approved. I put the question that the Senate amendment to the first schedule be now approved. As one of the opinion say aye. As one of the opinion say nay. The nays have it.
Senate amendment to the third schedule.
I now put the question, I propose the question that the Senate amendment to the third schedule be now approved. I put the question that the Senate amendments to the third schedule of the County Government Additional Allocations Bill, Bill 23 of 2023, be now approved. As one of the opinion say aye. As one of the opinion say nay. The nays have it.
Senate amendment to Clause 2.
I propose the question that the Senate amendment to Clause 2 of the County Government Additional Allocation Bill, Bill number 23 of 2023, be now approved. I put the question that the Senate amendments to Clause 2 of the County Additional Allocations Bill 23 of 2023 be now approved. As another opinion say aye. As another opinion say nay. The nays have it.
Senate amendment to Clause 1.
I propose the question that Senate amendments to Clause 1 of the County Government Additional Allocations Bill, Bill 23 of 2023, be now approved. I put the question that the Senate amendments relating to Clause 1 of the County Government Additional Allocations Bill, Bill 23 of 2023, be now approved. As another opinion say aye. As another opinion say nay. The nays have it. Honourable members, that marks the end of the Committee of the All on the County Government Additional Locations Bill, Bill 23 of 2023. We now move for reporting. Mover, the chair. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the County Government Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, and its approval thereof.
With amendments.
With amendments.
Okay. Thank you. Members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the County Government Additional Allocation Bill, National Bill number 23 of 2023, with amendments. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Order, members, you may resume your seats. Order, members. Order, resume your seats. Honorable Kaluma, please. Yes. Resume your seats, honorable members. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker. This is fine. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Senate Amendments Bill to the County Government Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to request the Honorable Member for Gilgil, the Honorable Mother Wagari, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Martha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Is it the mood of the House that I put the question? Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I will now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, before I call out the next order,
May I inform the House that the effect of what you've done is that that bill is now committed to mediation. And indeed, the substantive speaker will be naming the mediation committee to deal with the matter. Also, let me inform the House that this is the ordinary and normal business of the House. And it gives a chance for the senators and the members of this House who will be nominated to that particular committee to have a session, mediate, and agree on a way forward, which will then be adopted by both Houses. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023.
Leader. Order. Chair. Deputy Committee. Are you moving? Yes. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that.
Order. Leader, you may approach the clerks. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 28 September 2023. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the members of Parliament from the Public Debt and Privatization Committee for their steadfast resolve to consider the loans report submitted to Parliament and table this comprehensive report for consideration by the House. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 31(1) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, the National Treasury and Economic Planning submitted to the National Assembly 3 reports on new loans contracted by the national government for the following periods. 1. 1st May 2022 to 31st August 2022. 2. 1st September to 31st of December 2022. 3. 1st January 2023 to 30th of April 2023. Honorable Speaker, as per the reports, a total of 19 externally financed loans totaling to Kenya shillings 213 billion was signed between the national government and international creditors in various currencies between May 2022 and April 2023. Honorable Speaker, by the time these reports were tabled before the National Assembly, only 3 of the 19 loans were partially disbursed, thus indicating an estimated disbursement rate of only 11%. The partially disbursed loans were primarily commercial loans totaling Kenya shillings 24.2 billion. Honorable Speaker, due to the low disbursement rate, 89% of the loan resources remained under the accounts of the creditors, despite being signed for. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore noted that there is need to increase the rate of disbursement of the loans acquired if the budgeted expenditures to be financed in full and projects are to be completed on time. This will also be beneficial in addressing the ongoing liquidity and foreign exchange imbalances arising from high debt servicing expenditure, stimulate the economic development, and eventually promote public debt sustainability. Honorable Speaker, an intentional policy initiative should target increasing the rate of disbursement of concessional loans from bilateral and multilateral lenders due to their low cost and grace periods. Concessional loans have lower repayment pressures and thus allow borrowing to be undertaken with a reasonable impact on debt sustainability indicators. Additionally, disbursement of concessional loans is critical for projects with low repaying capacity, e.g. social and climate change projects, but contribute to economic development. Honorable Speaker, while the submission of loans report to Parliament is a good step, there is need to enhance transparency and accountability on loans acquired by the national government. As such, the submission of full and complete information is critical in ensuring full oversight of any public debt-related activities. Honorable Speaker, during the review of the report, it was noted that information pertaining to loan balances brought forward, carried down, amortizations, and borrowings undertaken by national government entities were among key pieces of information left out of the report. This made it hard to determine the overall impact of the loans acquired on the overall debt stock. Honorable Speaker, there is need to go beyond the parameters set for oversight and apply innovation in order to achieve effective and efficient use of resources for the country. This can be done through the submission of project-specific information when the reports are submitted to Parliament. Honorable Speaker, there are benefits to this end. First and foremost, this will enable the National Assembly to review the quality of projects financed by loans contracted and therefore firm up the repayment capacity of the country, streamline the project assessment and the appraisal process. Secondly, this will guarantee the efficient utilization of resources, maximize the benefits accruable from the selected projects before the commencement of the loan repayment. Honorable Speaker, this will promote confidence in national government processes and public debt regulatory institutions, which may ultimately contribute to the reduction of borrowing costs by our international development partners. Honorable Speaker, after consultative engagements, the committee makes several recommendations for consideration by the House. To mention but a few, the committee recommends: 1, subsequent reports to be submitted by the National Treasury should ensure full compliance with Section 31(1) and 3 of the PFM Act 2012, and in particular, the National Treasury should ensure that the reports indicate all loans made to the national government entities, county governments, as well as loan balances brought forward, carried down, drawings, and amortizations on new loans. 2, quarterly reporting on project program loans should be guided by program-based budgeting principles, and the respective project evaluation, appraisal, assessment reports should be attached. 3, in order to facilitate oversight of debt and to promote transparency and accountability of loans contracts entered into, the National Treasury should attach the contract signed against its submitted report, should not enter into any contract that does not adhere to the principles of public finance as set under Article 201 of the Constitution. 4, the National Treasury should address factors that affect timely and full disbursement of loans, of loan financing, and submit a report to the National Assembly within 60 days of the adoption of this report, indicating actions taken to increase the efficient disbursement of loan financing. And 5, within 90 days, the National Treasury should fully digitize the loan approval and monitoring system to enhance reporting, transparency, and accountability. This should also include training of technical personnel and the establishment of a system that is accessible to other public finance management institutions such as CBK, the Office of the Controller of Budget, and the Office of the Auditor General. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the committee also noted that reforms relating to public debt management have lagged behind, even as strides have been made in other areas of public finance management, such as the enhancement of procedures for revenue collection and expenditure determinations. As such, the committee is dedicated to addressing the gaps that are prevalent in the legal framework relating to reporting, transparency, and accountability in loan acquisition, and the efficient use of the same, and will continuously present policy recommendations for consideration by this House. Honorable Speaker, I therefore beg to move and request Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, MP, the Vice Chair of the committee, to second. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dr. Makali.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me first of all thank my chairman for that very good moving of the motion, and say that the matter we are discussing, Honorable Speaker, is a very important matter in this country. As we are all aware, public debt has actually become the elephant in the room. Every Kenyan is talking about it. Every government official is talking about it. And that's why this report becomes very important. And I really would want to urge my colleagues, the honorable members, to take very seriously the recommendations of this report, because it provides a roadmap as we move to the future. Honorable Speaker, even if the world go, you have heard my chair say that we have signed about 11 loans for the period we are discussing, and only 3 have been dispersed, Honorable Speaker. meaning, Honorable Speaker, that the normal challenge we have been discussing as a House, the challenge of paying commitment fee for loans which are not disbursed, will continue being with us. How I wish, Honorable Speaker, that this House would make a resolution so that after this report is adopted by the House, we are able to summon all the MDAs who have borrowed money from different countries and they are not being used, because Treasury would normally sign for the loans, but in terms of implementation, Honorable Speaker, it is the MDAs who are expected to implement. Honorable Speaker, you'll be surprised to learn that some MDAs have even taken more than 10 years to withdraw loans which have been signed for. Honorable Speaker, I really want to urge colleagues to support us so that such MDAs are summoned immediately after this report is adopted by the committee, so that they are able to explain to this House why are they not drawing the money and what reasons are making them not draw the money. And if the reasons are not really clear enough to the House, Honorable Speaker, that such loans can be cancelled. The other issue which is important, Honorable Speaker, is as a House, we all passed the MDS, the medium-term debt strategy, is approved by this House. And Honorable Speaker, we are saying, despite the fact that we approved this document, we have realized is like there is a gap where at times we are approving this document, but we don't have a very specific list in terms of what is going to be funded. As we move to the future, Honorable Speaker, my recommendation would be, as a House, by the time Treasury is submitting the medium-term debt strategy, they also submit a specific list of projects and programs that will be funded within that year, so that as a House, we know what is going to be funded, and then we can oversight effectively. The other matter which is important, Honorable Speaker, is the matter of counterpart funding. Most of these loans, when they have been signed, the government is expected to fund part of the loan through what we call counterpart funding, Honorable Speaker. And we have realized that there are loans where the government would sign, and the issue of counterpart funding is not factored into our annual budget process. So I think it is very important, Honorable Speaker, if we get a listing of all these projects which are going to be funded through loans, then we can make sure that as a committee also, such a projects are also, we ensure that there is counterpart funding for those specific projects, so that we don't have loans which have been signed, Honorable Speaker, and then, Honorable Speaker, we don't have the counterpart funding, meaning we can even not withdraw the funds. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, which is important, I think from our interaction with some of these MDAs and Treasury, it's emerging that, Honorable Speaker, I think the technical capacity of our people to negotiate for loans effectively is being put into doubt. And I think it is important, Honorable Speaker, that we also make provision as a House that our technical capacity for those who negotiate for these loans, we build that capacity to a level that the country gets value for the loans. Because, Honorable Speaker, if people who are negotiating for these loans don't have the right capacity, then that's why you see the gaps we are experiencing as a country. Honorable Speaker, this matter of the central bank overdraft, which we also picked, Honorable Speaker, where the law allows that Treasury can borrow up to a maximum 5% of the national revenue as an overdraft from the central bank. And any normal overdraft, Honorable Speaker, the way it operates, even your own personal overdraft, is that any time you get money, you reduce it to zero, then from there you start building again, up to a specific time, it's supposed to go to zero. So on annual basis, as we cross from one financial year to another, the expectation, Honorable Speaker, should be that the National Treasury or the government crosses the year, the financial year, with zero in terms of overdraft facility. But historically, we have realized that every year, they are crossing the year with about 80% of overdraft, which means, Honorable Speaker, they have a very small space, borrowing space in terms of what is remaining, because if, for example, now we are at 80 billion, and they are borrowed about 72 billion by the closure of the year, and they don't really clear that to go to zero, it means the following year they will have only about 8 billion to borrow. And this makes the issue of cash management, cash flow management, very complicated, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, this report is bringing out very important issues, which as a House we need to agree with and support this important committee so that we get value for these loans. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, This is what I want to say, Honorable Speaker. The issue of loans, and more so domestic loans and the external loans, we realize that now over time, the government is reverting so much to domestic borrowing. Honorable Speaker, domestic borrowing is good, it's easier to accomplish. But I want to tell the Kenyans that with domestic borrowing, Honorable Speaker, the challenge is the interest rates. Currently, our interest rates are about 15%, Honorable Speaker, while concessional loans would get them to a tune of 2.5% or 3%. So there is very important that we get a delicate balance, Honorable Speaker, in terms of these borrowing ratios, so that we don't overburden Kenyans by having, and when you borrow domestically also, Honorable Speaker, there's also the matter of crowding out the private sector, because the government starts competing with the private sector, the small-scale industries, the individuals, and it is obvious that if you compete with the government in terms of borrowing, the government will always get that first priority in terms of lending. So it is important, Honorable Speaker, we get that ratio right so that we allow our small-scale industries and factories and individuals to borrow from our local banks, and then the government can try to borrow from externally from other countries. In that case, then we'll be helping this country, Honorable Speaker, and the matter of public debt still remains a very contentious matter, is a very critical matter in this country, and as a House, anything which will help us push this agenda forward, Speaker, and more so, reducing public debt is very important. Honorable Speaker, we all do observe the supplementary budget we have just passed. We have moved the budget deficit from 4.4% to 5.3%, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. So long as we are increasing our budget deficit, we'll have no choice but to continue borrowing. It is time we went for fiscal consolidation and more so reducing the budget deficit to the expected rates, which are normally around 3%. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second. Thank you.
Honorable members, order. Order. You need to listen to this so that you may make decisions that are accurate. Honorable members, I propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 28th September 2023. Who takes the first bite? Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to support this committee's report, the Committee on Public Debt, and particularly, Honorable Speaker, thank the Chair, Honorable Shuria, and his very able Vice Chair, the Honorable Makali Mulu, who, Honorable Chair, when I last passed by Kitui City, I heard is a prospective governor in the county of Kitui. And I would tell the people of Kitui, they would never have a better governor if that time ever came than the Honorable Makali Mulu. And he has done very well, not just as the Vice Chair to Honorable Shuria, together with Honorable Shuria in this debt committee, but also in our Budget and Appropriations Committee. And let me take this opportunity to thank them, together with all the other members of the Public Debt Committee, including the very agile and able member for Kinangop, the Honorable Kwenya Thuku, who has been a very active member of this committee and making sure that indeed they do their work in oversighting our public debt position in the country and making sure that they put the National Treasury on its toes and ensuring that the National Treasury, as they have put in this report, Honorable Speaker, the National Treasury is not only submitting all the reports that they ought to submit to the House, but also doing so in a timely manner. And Honorable Speaker, I have noted many of the observations and recommendations that the committee have made in their report, and particularly, Honorable Speaker, those that relate to the reports under Section 31, 1, and 3 of the PFM Act of 2012. And Honorable Speaker, these reports are indeed very critical, not just to the workings of the House and the Debt Committee, but also the Budget and Appropriations Committee, as well as the Finance Committee, because these reports will help to inform the House, and particularly these committees as they interact with the country's finances, the level of indebtedness of the country, and be able to measure whether in the subsequent financial year, the country will be able to enter into more debt, into higher or lower levels of debt than it were in a particular year that the National Treasury should be reporting. Honorable Speaker, it is important, as the committee has noted in its recommendations, that these reports are brought to the House on a quarterly basis. Honorable Speaker, there is a reason why the drafters of the PFM Act of 2012 require that these reports are submitted on a quarterly basis, Honorable Speaker, because, as I mentioned, Honorable Speaker, the timely submission and consumption of reports by the House will help to inform ourselves and the country where we are in terms of our debt level, so that we don't find ourselves in a position where we continue getting into debt problems without knowledge, because we don't have timely and accurate information at the right time. Honorable Speaker, I must re-emphasize, as the committee has emphasized in its report, that the National Treasury, upon adoption of this report, must ensure that all these reports are submitted from the first to the fourth quarter of every year in line with the fiscal or calendar year of our financial year from July 1st to the end of June, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also particularly noted a recommendation by the committee that says that upon adoption of this report, the National Treasury should prioritize the sourcing and disbursement of concessionary finance. And this concessional finance, Honorable Speaker, contains what they have noted, a grant element, implying that larger borrowing can be sourced within minimum impacts, with minimum impact on debt sustainability by reducing the refinancing and interest rate risk. Honorable Speaker, I note this particular recommendation because as it is today, we have had a problem, Honorable Speaker, and in the supplementary budget one that we passed last week, Honorable Speaker, and who was appropriations bill you passed on Tuesday, members will remember us noting that within that supplementary estimates bill, a figure of about 143 to 145 billion is on account of the financing risk that comes with exchange rate fluctuations, Honorable Speaker, within this calendar year or this financial year, Honorable Speaker. And it's therefore important that the National Treasury seeks to pursue loans that are more concessional in nature so that we enjoy those lower interest rates and we also don't expose ourselves to the financing risks and interest rate risk that we have previously exposed ourselves to. Honorable Speaker, these reports, Honorable Speaker, will also help not only to inform the country, the House, but the country also. I had occasion this morning, Honorable Speaker, to interact with a young Kenyan, a trader in Nyamakima, who told me that she was keenly listening to one of the local FM stations. And I have no fear in mentioning the station because it's Kameme FM, Honorable Speaker. And this Kamehameha FM, a presenter who I actually know hails from my constituency and is illiterate, because he's a class 8 dropout who has no understanding of anything finance. And the presenter was misinforming the country and listeners on Kameme FM that this country has borrowed to the tune of 4.5 trillion in this financial year, Honorable Speaker. And a young trader in Nyamakima had the logic to decipher that if our budget is in the region of 3-point-something trillion, there is no way the country would have borrowed 4.5 trillion within a period of 1 year. Honorable Speaker, that is why the National Treasury must ensure that these reports are brought to the House and to the Public Debt Committee on a timely basis, because the moment these reports come to the House, they help to inform Kenyans on the right debt position of the country, so that we avoid situations where illiterate radio presenters, like those ones in Kamehameha FM, are misinforming Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, you would understand why a presenter, based on the ownership of Kameme FM, why a presenter would be intent on deliberately misinforming the country on the level of debt and the level of indebtedness that this current administration has gotten into, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, factual and accurate information in accounting and in economics is critical in decision making. And even this House will not be able to make decisions. Even the National Treasury will not be able to make credible decisions without factual, accurate, and timely reporting and information at the right time, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee, if you look at their recommendation 8.8, also says that the National Treasury should address factors that affect timely and full disbursement of loan financing and submit a report to the National Assembly within 60 days of the adoption of this report, indicating actions taken to increase the efficient disbursement of loan financing. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity again to commend the Public Debt Committee. And it tells you that the members of this Public Debt Committee, Honorable Speaker, you can see them. Unlike other committees where their reports are debated and members are not there, the chair is here, the vice chair is here, and I must commend them again for their able leadership. Honorable Speaker, yourself presiding this session, you are this debt committee. The Honorable Dawood is a member of this committee. The Honorable Kwenya Dhuku is a member of the committee. Honorable Speaker, it is good that we are debating. I saw the Honorable Makilapa, I think he has stepped out also, who is also a member of this committee. And I am saying, yes, and Honorable Abraham Kirwa. It tells you that these members of this committee have been diligent in their work, and I must commend them. Because unlike many other committees, Honorable Speaker, where reports are tabled, the chair tables the report, has no seconder. You saw the chair has moved, the vice chair was there, and at least not less than half of the membership of the committee are in the House to debate their report. It tells you the diligence, Honorable Speaker. And I speak to this particular recommendation on 8.8, Honorable Speaker, on the slow disbursement of loan financing, because as a former chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and the Honorable Dindi Nyoro, if he had also been patient after doing his business to sit in the House and also be able to consume part of these things, because they affect our budgeting process. And the Honorable Makali Mulu will bear me witness. At the time I chaired the Budget Committee, one of the key issues that would always raise was the slow disbursement of loan financing. And in fact, our loan books carry such huge amounts of loans that are not being disbursed on a timely basis. Some, the government of Kenya also has not given the counterpart funding, and the amounts remain in the loan books, not being able to implement projects, Honorable Speaker, because of the counterpart funding. And Honorable Speaker, I will really want to ask the Honorable Shuria and his committee to ensure that indeed within the 60 days that you have recommended upon adoption of this report, that the National Treasury informs the House what are the handicaps that makes them not be able to absorb debt financing, some of which, Honorable Speaker, at times come with penalties when you do not consume this money on a timely basis, Honorable Speaker. Two, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans who borrowed this money or who the government borrowed this money on their behalf are not able to enjoy the services and the goods that have been provided through that timely disbursement of this money, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I'll be very keen in the course of early next year, and in fact, the 60 days, if we're able to adopt this report within this session, will fall around the time that we resume from the long recess, and just in time before the annual estimates for the next financial year. And I want to encourage the Public Debt Committee to ensure that even as we scrutinize the budget estimates for next year, and even as you start working on the BPS, that you have this report so that you are able to interrogate even the figures that you come to before you for the next financial year with information as to what are the handicaps that ensure, or rather that slow down the full disbursement of our loan financing. Honorable Speaker, let me conclude, Honorable Speaker, by correcting the misnomer not that just being perpetuated by illiterate radio presenters at Kamehameha FM, but what is also used in political funerals and political gatherings on the level of our indebtedness. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, only this Monday or Tuesday, on Tuesday actually, on Monday, Honorable Speaker, I hear there's a point of order, and I truly hope that the person asking the point of order can indicate on what standing order they are raising.
Honorable member, relax. I've heard you. What's your point of order?
Which standing order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a journalist by profession. I went to school. You can differ on opinions, but not to be called an illiterate, Mr. Speaker. All of us have different ways in which we air our opinions, but for our party leader, sorry, majority.
We don't have party leader here.
I stood because I did the best at Eges FM. That is why they believed in me, the community.
So what's your point?
And made me the woman rep. You should withdraw that name of illiterate, please. No one is an illiterate. Even our old women in the village didn't go to school, but at least they told us this is wrong and this is right. Girls, keep yourself safe to get a right man. Say no even if it means yes, but don't allow yourself to be used. So let him withdraw that statement, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know the Honorable Doris Donya, I didn't know she's a journalist, and she knows I have tremendous respect for journalists. But I meant that that particular radio presenter is financially illiterate, and is a fact of life. I know him, he's from my village. And when I tell you he's financially illiterate, trust me and believe me that he's financially illiterate. Honorable Speaker, if I go back to what I was saying, because there is that misnomer on the level of our indebtedness, but also, Honorable Speaker, to commend the National Treasury and the current administration, Honorable Speaker. Because when His Excellency the President said that this administration would do responsible borrowing, Honorable Speaker, he meant business. And when he told us last year during the campaigns that he was a man on a mission, many people took it for granted. But William Ruto is indeed a man on a mission, and he has proved he's a man on a mission to transform Kenya and make sure that our country's economy gets back to its feet. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity also to commend the World Bank that at the management level, Honorable Speaker, has now confirmed, Honorable Speaker, that they will be granting us about $12 billion over the next 3 years, Honorable Speaker. And that, Honorable Speaker, is besides the almost $1 billion that we're also getting from IMF, Honorable Speaker. And this is the concessional financing that the debt committee is talking about, Honorable Speaker, so that we're able to retire most of our expensive commercial debt into this concessional financing and be able to reestablish a stable economy that will work for the majority of Kenyans. And I want to believe, Honorable Speaker, with the kind of leadership that we see under the Kenya Kwanza administration and the able leadership of the Public Debt Committee by the Honorable Shurie, deputized by the Honorable Makali Mulu, they will be able to ensure that our public debt levels are properly managed and within levels that are sustainable for our country, and that debt that will also go towards financing actual projects. And I must commend the committee because, again, and Honorable Makali Mulu, we remember when we served with him in the Budget and Appropriation Committee, we always insisted in all our reports that all our debt must be traceable to specific projects. And I see the Public Debt Committee now being a standalone committee dealing with public debt. You should now be able to ensure that the National Treasury is able to specifically drill down each of the debts that we borrow in this country to particular projects and ensure that there are projects that have a return to the people of Kenya and projects that will be able eventually to be able to pay back the debt that we incur as a nation. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to support this report and ask members to support as I congratulate all the members of the Public Debt Committee. This indeed, Honorable Speaker, have proven that unlike many other committees of this House, that these are very diligent legislators who know what their work in committee is. and not just churning out reports, but also being there in the House to debate their reports and support their chair and vice chair. And I want to ask all our chairs to emulate the chair of the Public Debt Committee and the vice chair and the membership of the Public Debt Committee. With that, I beg to support.
Very well. Leader, I'm a very serious member of the Debt Committee. Next to speak on this is Honorable Thuku Kwenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to support our own report on loans contracted between the year 22 to 23, April, that is, Speaker, and I must say that I want to join other speakers who have spoken prior to me in acknowledging the amount of work that our committee is putting into matters debt. In fact, Mr. Speaker, to some extent, I think, or it's my suggestion, or it's my opinion, that we should have a public debt authority that will be tasked with looking into the issues of debt, because debt is becoming an issue, and a big one, for that matter, in this country, and countries that are within the region, within Africa, for the simple reason that our budgets are just about a fifth or a fourth of our public debt combined, Mr. Speaker. You realize at the moment our debt is at about 10.5 trillion. Our budget for this fiscal year, financial year, is about 3.5 trillion or thereabout. So you can see our budget is, we oversight budget more than we are doing oversight on our debt. And I think it's about time that this House, in its wisdom, considers to see how best we can deal with this issue and be in a position to oversight every penny that is borrowed, so that the people of Kenya can get value for the monies that they are paying out in terms of principals and interest and fees, in terms of commitment fees, and to see value as to where the monies are going. And I want to thank our committee, because in our recommendation, it has been well captured that MDAs and SAGAs, state agencies and government-owned enterprises, will now be in a position to report to the House as to what they have, where they have put the money, and this committee, the Assembly, National Assembly, will be able to see through where the monies have been put. Mr. Speaker, of concern, and I think the reason as to why we did this report, looking forward to a situation whereby the government has borrowed, or the National Treasury has borrowed up to 213 billion for that 1 year, and only 11% of that monies have been absorbed or been disbursed. Then it means if this is going to be the trend, we could take over 10 years, if you look at this exponentially, we could take a whole 10 years to absorb 213 billion. And I think this should concern us. Today we are moiling and toiling and having an issue with exchange rate. We have an issue with interest rate. We have an issue with commitment fees, because once you borrow, you have a grace period. There's a window as to how long it should take before you take up the money or start paying off the monies. And the grace period is expiring even before we start consuming or absorbing the monies that we've borrowed. And I think that should concern us, because I believe that the hole that we are into today in terms of debt is self-inflicting. Today, as we speak, about 1.1 trillion has not been absorbed, monies that have been borrowed over the years, and projects that were envisaged to be implemented via those loans have not been completed, or they have not even kicked off. Why is it that the National Treasury is borrowing happy? Why is it that we are borrowing money and yet we do not have a plan as to how, or in terms of procurement, why is it that we are taking so long to procure, so that then all these monies that we borrow for specific projects take off, Mr. Speaker? I think this report will bring to life the role of Parliament in terms of oversight, because we cannot just be oversighting budget implementation of our own revenue, which is so little as compared to the amount of monies that we've borrowed over time. And I think, Mr. Speaker, there is a recommendation that is in this report by the Controller of Budget, as to the effect that state-owned agencies that borrow money or that treasury borrow money on behalf, they should be made to pay back if they are generating monies or incomes. Because you realize that there are corporations like Kenya Power Lighting Company, KenGen, they generate their own income, yet they are guaranteed by the national government. The national government takes upon itself to pay for such loans, yet the state-owned agencies are generating their own income. Mr. Speaker, it is about time that this House pronounce itself so that then we do not get to an abyss of debt spiraling over and over because of inaction or because of a lack of oversight. Mr. Speaker, I realized today as we were debating the county government additional allocation of funds, of revenue, so to say, the county government additional allocation. There was monies that were borrowed last financial year, the year 2022. The same money was committed to budget and appropriated through County Government Allocation Act of 2022. But the money never came through. And therefore, we are required as a House again to go back and amend that act so that then we can see whether the same money is going to be absorbed this financial year, 23-24. And I think as the Honorable Leader of Majority has stated, non-absorption of loans affects even our budget cycles and what we envisage as a country where we need to be in the next financial year. I have figured out that single loan that was supposed to see second informal settlements improvement projects, that is KISIP, worth 6.6 billion. It was appropriated. There was a county government additional allocation that was passed in 2022, yet the monies were never absorbed. So then Parliament will have to redo its work again. And of course, we know that Parliament does not act in vain. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to belabor into, explaining much that is in this report, but I pray that this House will find it in its wisdom to pass or to adopt the committee's report so that then going forward, we can exercise our constitutionally mandated duty by the Constitution as a House to oversight and to see that there is proper use of all these monies that have been advanced to this country. Mr. Speaker, finally, on the issue of liquidity, you realize that the government at times suffers because you borrow money, but the money remains in the purse of the lender. So that then you can only access that money because at times the clauses in these contracts where we borrow are not Kenya friendly. They are not friendly to the borrower. How comes that I walk into a bank, borrow money, but it is under the purview of the bank to tell me how I'm going to spend that money or at what rate I can withdraw. Here I'm expected to be repaying that money while it is not in my pocket, and they're not going to charge interest on the money that I've drawn down. It is on the entire loan. I think it is upon us now as a House to pronounce ourselves, and maybe the National Treasury needs to relook into the kind of contracts that they are signing, so that then once we borrow money, then that money can hit our coffers here. That is going to improve our liquidity. And maybe even the issue of depreciation of Kenya shilling in terms of exchange rate compared to foreign currency, we are going to cure that because we'll have enough in our coffers. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this report and request that all the members of this House find it in their heart to support this because it's going to be the game changer in terms of how we oversight our loans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Abraham Kirwa, Member of Parliament, Musop.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to actually support this report of the Committee of Debt and Privatization. I truly want also to commend the committee for the great job that they have done. And sincerely, Mr. Speaker, this committee actually plays a huge role in making sure that the loans that this country undertake will be actual loans that actually can be dispersed, loans that can actually be accounted for, and loans that can actually go for what exactly was intended to do. I want to support some of the suggestions and recommendations from this committee, because looking at some of the loans that it said that this country undertook a huge loan, but the amount of loans that was truly dispersed was only 11%. You know, during the review of this loan, it was noted that only 3 loans totaling to 24.2 billion, primarily commercial loans, had been partially dispersed, indicating a disbursement rate of only 11%. But the rest of the loans was not disclosed as to whether it was actually dispersed or it was not really dispersed on a timely manner. And as such, the country has committed to have taken these loans. They continue to pay commitment fees, which is continuously causing the country to pay a lot of money without really this loan being used within the country. And as such, the recommendation that 8.3, which I want to actually look into it, that says that the committee recommended that in order to facilitate the oversight of debt and to promote transparency and accountability of loan contracts entered into, the National Treasury should attach the contract signed against each submitted report and should not enter into any contract that does not adhere to the principles of public finance as set under the Article 201 of the Constitution. This will help us, Mr. Speaker, because for every contract that is signed, we should be able to review. The Parliament should be able to look into it. Who signed it? When was it intended for? And how is it going to help this country? On recommendation number 8.9, no later than 30 days of the end of each financial year, ministries, state departments, and implementing agencies, the MDAs, responsible for the projects for which the loans have been obtained should submit a report to the National Assembly indicating the measures taken. Mr. Speaker, this period of time, the 30 days, is going to help us so that if there was any monkey games being played, we should be able to catch it at the debt committee, and we should be able to follow it with the appropriate departments as to why the loan has been incurred, and if the loan really was used for what it was supposed to be. On the recommendation number 811, as from financial year 2024-2025, at the end of the sector working group engagement, the National Treasury should submit to the National Assembly a report containing the list of potential projects for which the loan financing will be contracted, the potential creditors and the respective loan terms, so that we understand as to exactly why we are taking these loans and if these loans has actually been used and has been dispersed. And recommendation number 812, Mr. Speaker, arising from 811 above, the final list of the projects to be financed through the borrowing should be submitted to the National Assembly. All this recommendation is coming to the National Assembly so that we become the watchdogs and we become the people who can actually make sure that the money that we are taking as a nation, because our loans right now is standing about 9.6 trillion amount of shillings that we have taken as a country, but most of those are not performing loans. Some of those loans are non-performing, some of them have not been dispersed, and as a country, we are truly going through a lot of, we are paying a lot that we have not really incurred. 3, on committee observation number 7.1, the submitted report lacked project-specific information required to guide policy making and oversight, which indicates low level of transparency and accountability. Most of the loans that was taken does not actually, are not transparent. It doesn't show as to when it was taken, why it was taken, and where it was used. And so this recommendation that the committee says within 30 days of signing the contract, it should be submitted to the Parliament so that they can review and understand. And also committee observation number 7.2, as per the reports, only 3 loans that it said, I've already mentioned that, was dispersed, 11%. But the rest of the almost 89% of the loans and resources, despite being signed for, remain undispersed. So I want to truly support this report of the committee, that we need to look into the loans that we take as a nation and also hold the Treasury accountable and also the department that are actually undertaking the loans, so that this country will be responsible for every loan and all the debts that we take as a nation. So I stand to support this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. In other jurisdictions, honorable members, any loans taken by government on behalf of the state, like Ghana, are actually sanctioned by Parliament. But I think we are moving properly well. Now, next to speak on this is the Honorable Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very much in order. Next to speak on this is Honorable Catherine Omanyo. Are you ready?
Yes.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really have looked into the budget, and the borrowing is haphazardly done. It's too much, and the rate at which Kenya is borrowing compared to the rate at which development is happening, there is something amiss. I even do not understand why there is no money to go to county levels to help in disaster management, because right now even governors are in a quagmire, they are stranded, there's no money to handle Elnino. And yet I'm seeing the country has been borrowing over and over. Even right now, I'm sure where the president is, he has gone to borrow again. So we need to cut our cloth according to our size as a nation and not exorbitantly keep borrowing and put our future generations in trouble, because all we are doing today is what our future generations will feel. In fact, it's not even future. We are already feeling it right now. It is better to borrow and actually make sure that we use that money to create new money for us, create new avenues for everybody in our country to get a way of making their own life bearable. But at the moment, when you see how much the government has been borrowing compared to what Kenyans are receiving, it is imbalanced. So we need to hit a pivot at the right place to balance what we are asking compared to what we are doing. Because if we do not have industries and things that will bring or create jobs and create new money in our country, we are going into a brink. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Paul Biego.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And I stand here to support the report from the committee, and kudos to the chairman and his vice and the committee members for actually giving us a very good report. And what has really interested me is the fact that they have factored in, and actually it has been properly taken note in 8.3, that in addition to the PFM Act 2012 provisions, the reports indicated above should also include information related to, and that is what has made me actually rise, that the report on the use of export credit agencies, that the ECA, and respective contingent liability exposure. And that will include contracts signed, expected benefits to the country, and any guarantee offered should be subject to the approval of Parliament. And I believe if that is effected, then we'll really take good care of any liabilities or any loans that are being taken on behalf of the country. And also what I support strongly is the fact that central bank's overdraft facility, the use of overdraft facilities would be factored in, and probably there would be no misuse of such kind of funds. And of course, also the quarterly reporting on the projects would be able to know and would be able to be well guided. So, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to support strongly the report from the committee. Thank you.
The Honorable Dawood.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to add my voice in support of this very important report by the Public Debt Committee. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to thank not only the members of the committee led by the chair, Honorable Sharia, but the able secretariat from the Parliamentary Budget Office led by the clerk, Chacha. Mr. Speaker, sir, the basis of us getting these reports is Section 31(1) of the PFM Act. I want to read it for my colleagues. Section 31(1) says, the Cabinet Secretary, and that is Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, shall submit to Parliament every 4 months a report of all loans made to national government entities, and county governments in accordance with Article 211(2) of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, you will note that the report that is being discussed this afternoon has a lot of loans that have been contracted by the national government. And those loans are not all the loans. Mr. Speaker, sir, you will note that the loans being discussed are only those that are foreign in nature. There are no domestic loans that are being shown in this report. So I will urge the committee, in line with Section 31(1) of the PFM Act, to demand the Cabinet Secretary to report all loans, including the domestic loans, that this government or this country takes. You will note that, Mr. Speaker, that the budget we have just passed had a fiscal deficit of 861 billion shillings, which is the amount that we will borrow this year. And to reiterate what the leader of majority has said, we are not borrowing 4.3 trillion, we are only borrowing 861 billion. Half of that will be external borrowing, and slightly over half of that will be domestic borrowing, which is about 449. So this House, as the law demands, will want a report of the domestic borrowing in addition to the one that we are discussing. Mr. Speaker, you will note that Section 31(1) also talks about borrowings by national government entities, and county governments. I know that constitutionally there is a separation between the Senate and the National Assembly. But this report, Section 31(1), says that the Cabinet Secretary must report these loans. So in addition to the loans, both foreign and domestic, I hope that the next time we are discussing loans and a report of this committee, we will also see borrowings by county government. Mr. Speaker, borrowings or public finance is underpinned by Article 201 of the Constitution. I want to remind my colleagues and members of this House that this article talks about that burdens and benefits and the use of resource must be shared between this generation and future generation. These loans, as they come, the report also must include an intergenerational equity. We don't want to burden our grandchildren with debt that they have not taken, and we don't also want to take the burden of our grandchildren and pay for debts that should be for later generations. Article 201 also talks about equity, geographical equity. This report, or the next report that will come to this House, must also show that the loans that have been taken are also, there is an equity as far as geographical distribution of those loans are concerned. We will not want to see Kenyans paying for loans only going for development of certain parts of Kenya. It must be, if we are sharing the burden of paying for the loan, we must also share the benefits of those loans. Therefore, in the next report, I will hope that the committee for which I'm a member of will have both the intergenerational equity report and the geographical equity report. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the report, you will see that submissions by the Controller of Budget, paragraph 6.3, that some of the loans that some of the state-owned agencies, semi-autonomous state-owned agencies take are being signed for by the national government. The committee has noted that that is not something that the national government should be doing. According to our constitution, the national government should only guarantee loans for semi-autonomous institutions and not be the ones signing the loans on behalf of those institutions. So this is something else that this committee will be looking out for and making sure that we are not burdened by loans for semi-autonomous government institutions that can pay those loans. A case in point is the guarantees that we are now paying for Kenya Airways. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are some loans which are signed for by the national government that this committee needs to be seized of, but are disbursed by county governments. In the next report, we will want those loans. One of them is like the World Bank loan that goes to my area by the name Kenya Development Response to Displaced Impact Project, K-Dr. DIP, that we appropriate here. The loans are taken, but they are done by the county. This committee also must be seized of those loans and must be able, when we are looking at the cost-benefit analysis of these projects, we must see even those loans that have been taken on behalf of county governments but are appropriated by this House. Mr. Speaker, other than those points, I would like to agree with all the observations and the recommendations by the committee, and we'll hope that in the next report it will be much more richer and informed by the observations made by our colleagues. I support, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Amina Mnazi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii niweze kuongelelea kuhusu hii ripoti ambayo imeweza kufikishwa kwetu na hii kamati ambayo tunaangalia masuala ya uchumi ya pesa zetu hapa ndani ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi kama kiongozi mchanga ambayo ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuja katika bunge la taifa, naweza nikasema ya kwamba mimi niko na wasiwasi mkubwa sana Mheshimiwa Spika kuhusu madeni ambayo sisi kama Wakenya tunajiweka hapo ndani. Mheshimiwa Spika, naona maisha yetu sisi kama Wakenya katika miaka 10 na 20 inayokuja yatakuwa ni magumu zaidi kulingana na zile pesa ambazo serikali yetu ya Kenya kila siku tunakwenda kuomba. Mheshimiwa Spika, uketi ukijua sisi Waswahili tunasema dawa ya deni ni kulipa. Na haya madeni yote ambao sisi tunachukua, dawa yake ni kwamba sisi kama Wakenya lazima tuweze kulipa. Na tusipolipa sisi, ina maana ni watoto wetu, kuna wajukuu wetu, vitukuu vyetu ndio ambao watakuja kuumia kwa kulipa madeni ambao dakika hii sisi kama Wakenya tunakwenda kuchukua. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeangalia hiyo ripoti vizuri na wanasema kati ya mwezi wa Mei mwaka 2022 na mwezi wa April mwaka wa 2023 kuna bilioni 213.24 zenye ambazo zimechukuliwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima na sisi pia tueleze wakati wa serikali ya handshake kama hawa ndugu zetu wanavyosema, wakati kipindi hicho cha mwaka mmoja serikali ya handshake ilichukua bilioni 1.5 na 6. kumaanisha ya kwamba pesa ambazo sisi saizi ambazo tumekwenda kuomba Mheshimiwa Spika zimeweza kuongezeka zaidi. Ukiangalia serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ya sasa na ile serikali ya handshake, kuna tofauti kubwa ya pesa ambazo zimekwenda kuombwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi kama nchi ni lazima tuangalie, kabla hatujakwenda kuomba pesa kule nje, pato letu la kitaifa liko vipi? Pato letu la kitaifa ni pesa ambazo zinaweza kustahamili na kuvumilia na kuangalia mikakati jinsi gani ambavyo hizi pesa zitalipwa. Kwa sababu sisi kama serikali tunajua, serikali iko na namna nyingi ya kuweza kupata pesa. Jambo la kwanza ni serikali iweze kuongeza ushuru, na huo ushuru ndo ni mambo ambayo sisi tumekataa kama watu wa Azimio. Tunasema kwamba hatutaki kuongezewa ushuru kwa sababu tayari bei ya maisha tayari iko juu. Pia vile vile sisi tunasema jambo la pili ambalo serikali inaweza kufanya ni kupunguza matumizi. Jambo la tatu ambalo serikali inaweza kufanya ili kuweza kupata pesa ni kuweza kuomba pesa. Sasa wao wanasema serikali ya Kenya Kwanza wakati wa handshake tayari kulikuwa kuna pesa ambazo ziliombwa. Cha kustajabisha dakika hii Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kama tumefungua milango ya watu kwenda kuomba kila mahali, kushoto, kulia, mbele na nyuma. Kila siku tunaona watu wanatoka hapa wanaenda nje kwenda kuomba na kuzidi kuleta mikopo na madeni kwetu sisi kama Wakenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi kama kiongozi hiyo inaniuma nikifikiria kuna watoto wangu na wajukuu wangu ambao watakuja kuteseka na yale madeni ambao sisi leo hii tunakwenda kuchukua. Mheshimiwa Spika, pale awali sisi kiwango cha juu kabisa ambayo sisi tunaita kwa kimombo the national debt ceiling ilikuwa ni trilioni 10. Saizi hiyo kiwango cha juu kabisa cha kuomba kimeweza kuondolewa. Na katika hiyo trilioni 10 sisi kama nchi saizi tuko na deni la trilioni 9.6. Iwapo hili jambo Mheshimiwa Spika, hichi kiwango cha juu kabisa kingekuwa hakijaondolewa, sisi kama Wakenya leo hii tungekuwa tumetahayari, kwa sababu tusingejua ni mahali gani ambapo tunakwenda kuzimbua pesa. Hii kiwango cha juu kabisa kimeshaondolewa, lakini hii mimi kwangu mimi ndio naona kuna athari kubwa zaidi, kwa sababu saizi kuna mambo ambayo hayaeleweki. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapokopa hizi pesa Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi kama nchi ni lazima tujue ni jinsi gani ambavyo tunakwenda kuzilipa hizi pesa, na hilo jambo ni lazima liwekwe wazi kwa Wakenya, tuelewe tunakwenda kukopa na ni jinsi gani ambavyo tunapanga mikakati gani kama nchi ya kuweza kulipa haya madeni. Mambo kama hayo Mheshimiwa Spika mimi sijaona. Kitu ambacho mimi naona ni watu kuamka na kwenda kukopa pasipo kufikiria zile njia ambazo sisi tutakwenda kuzilipia haya madeni. Mheshimiwa Spika, haya madeni pia hayana uwazi. Hayana uwazi kabisa Mheshimiwa Spika. Wakati wa kwenda kuchukua mikopo ni watu kidogo wanakwenda kuchukua mikopo, lakini wakati wa kulipa tunatarajiwa sisi kama Wakenya, kila mtu, wazee kwa watoto, wanawake kwa wanaume, sote tuweze kulipa. Mheshimiwa Spika, hilo si jambo ambalo linanifurahisha mimi. Tunataka kuwe kuna uwazi. Ukimuuliza waziri wa fedha, unapitishwa stories za hapa na pale. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatujaona agreement zenye ambazo tuko nazo sisi kama nchi na nchi zingine. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatujaona agreements ambazo ziko kati yetu sisi wa Kenya na wale wa Kenya wengine ambao wanatufadhili sisi. Vitu kama hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika ni lazima viwe viko wazi. Ndipo pale serikali ambayo iko mamlakani ikieleza kuna madeni, sisi kama wa Kenya tu tunajua madeni ni gani na ni pesa ngapi ambao tunafaa tulipe kila mwezi ama kila mwaka. Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali yetu sasa ni lazima tuache kutegemea misaada ambayo inatoka nje. Hii misaada ambayo inatoka nje Mheshimiwa Spika ndio ambayo inatusukuma sisi kama nchi. Leo hii tunasikia ukitaka pesa kutoka nchi kadhaa ni lazima nchi yetu kama ya Kenya tupitishe sheria za ushoga na usagaji, wa kizungu ni LGBTQ. Kwa sababu sisi wenyewe tumekataa kujitegemea. Tunategemea watu ambao wanatoka nje. Na ndio maana tunapata na tunaweza kuwekewa sheria ngumu kama hizo. Na ndio maana tunapoteza nchi yetu kwa kuweka sheria na vitu ambavyo havieleweki Mheshimiwa Spika. Hapo zamani juzi na jana Mheshimiwa Spika, najua masuala ya utalii. Utalii ulikuwa unaleta pesa nyingi sana hapa Kenya. Saizi utalii wote umeondoka, watu wanaenda Tanzania, watu wanaenda Zanzibar. na sijasikia mikakati yoyote ambayo iko hapa ili kuweza kufufua utalii wetu. Saizi hatuna dola za kutosha, hatuna pesa za kigeni za kutosha. Tungeweka mikakati katika masuala ya utalii, angalau tungekuwa tuna afueni sisi kama watu wa Kenya. Matumizi ya pesa, kila siku tunadanganywa, pesa zinakwenda kuchukuliwa kwa sababu ya kufanya miradi. Ukweli wa maneno ni kwamba matumizi ya pesa hapa Kenya ni mabaya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna a lot of corruption hapa ndani ya Kenya. Zile pesa ambazo zinaenda kuomba yenyewe ni deni, na badala lifanyie jambo la muhimu, watu waweze kuona hizo pesa zinamalizikia katika mifuko ya watu. Mheshimiwa Spika, hilo ni jambo lingine ambalo linanisikitisha sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lengine, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba haya madeni ambao sisi tunakwenda kuchukua kama nchi, mapendekezo yangu mimi ni kwamba yaweze kupitishwa na bunge la kitaifa. Kwa sababu kama sisi tunaketi hapa na tukipanga masuala ya pesa zinavyotumika ndani ya Kenya yetu, nafikiria pia sisi tuko na haki ya kujua hizi pesa ambazo zinatoka nje zinakuja hapa Kenya kivipi, na tuweze kuzipitisha. Kwa sababu sisi ndio ambao ni sauti ya wale wanyonge kule nje, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sasa saizi kila mtu anakuja na stori zake, Mheshimiwa Spika, pasipo na mwelekeo mzuri. Nikimalizia, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ombi langu lengine ni kwamba kuhusu haya madeni yetu tuweze kufanya ukaguzi. Ukaguzi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kizungu ni audit. Tuweze kufanya ukaguzi ama audit ya yale madeni yote ambayo sisi tuko nayo, ndio tuweze kuelewa haswa sisi wa Kenya ni mahali gani ambapo tumesimama na jinsi gani ambavyo tunaweza kujiondoa katika hii shida. Asante sana, Spika.
Very well, well spoken. Wacha tumsikie sasa Honorable Member for Tetu, Geoffrey Mwangi. The Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi. Yes, there's a microphone just close to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also contribute and voice my support on the report on the loans contracted by the national government between the months of May 2022 and April 2023. Mr. Speaker, I'll start by saying that this report is a very much welcome report, because in this country there are certain things that depending on who you ask, you get different answers. And one of those things is the level of national debt. It has become the subject of media speculation. It has become the subject of analysis. It has become the subject of all manner of accusation as to who borrowed more and who borrowed less and who borrowed what and who borrowed when all that debate is completely unnecessary and actually unhelpful. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I would recommend is the establishment of a national debt registry. And Mr. Speaker, debt in a country is not a crime. A government borrowing is not a crime. That's how all governments around the world operate. They borrow from other governments, from multilateral lenders, from the domestic market. And because debt is a public issue, I see no reason why Treasury and the executive cannot bring transparency by having a national debt registry. And I've spoken about this, Mr. Speaker, in this House, whereby any Tom, Dick, and Harry, anybody who wants to access any information about any loan borrowed, because there's no loan borrowed in secret or for secret purposes. All these loans are for Kenyans, you know, and they are all borrowed with a good intention. There should be a place where they can go and be able to pick up this information, verify for themselves, understand how much money was borrowed, what it was borrowed for, what are the loan terms, were there any collaterals issued, when will it be due, you know, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to say that this debt registry should not only just contain, you know, the multilateral loans, but also domestic loans, because domestic loans and the infrastructure bonds are published all the time by the central bank. We know how much the government has borrowed at each point. And this can also include any guarantees that we have given to government entities, any loans that have been picked by county government, and any money borrowed by government agencies. But Mr. Speaker, as we bring transparency to this whole debt situation, so that all Kenyans don't have to be, it doesn't need to be the subject of speculation. I think it is important that as a country we give it a hard thought of how we want to manage our debt going forward. And Mr. Speaker, it is not a secret that right now our debt levels are not at very, very comfortable levels. There is something that needs to be done on them. And I propose two things, Mr. Speaker, as I support this report. That one, we need to rein in on waste and corruption, and especially unhelpful recurrent expenditure, so that we ensure that the few resources that we have go to the productive economy. We must also ask ourselves, the money that we borrow, what projects do we invest? What's the return on investment? Which are the places that we can borrow and put our money and get the highest return, either in terms of improving infrastructure to ensure that you have better access to markets, either in terms of building certain capacities so that the nation is more productive. These are the things that we must concern ourselves, Mr. Speaker. The other issue I would like to raise is that we must widen the tax base, because as a country we have to reduce our budget deficit. And the only way we can do this is not by going to borrow more, but by ensuring that as a country we have a wide tax base so that we have enough resources for ourselves. Because there is no country that also can grow entirely if it does not produce its own resources, either in form of taxes or levies. So it is very, very important that we ensure that we widen the resource base. Mr. Speaker, when we borrow domestically, we also crowd the productive private sector. Today, part of the reasons why our interest rates have gone to 18 to 20% is because myself as a borrower and yourself as a borrower, we are also competing with the government for resources. So how can the government ensure that we widen the tax base so that we have less and less of this domestic borrowing, and then we supplement the deficits that we are going to have with our foreign loans. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support, and I like the transparency, and I like the fact that, for once we are tabling this. Let us ensure that we build this national debt register, ensure it is transparent, ensure that, in this country, there is no secret, about debt, because every country in the world borrows, but what we must emphasize is responsible borrowing, and also to ensure that the funds that we borrow are used for the most productive aspects of the economy, and we ensure that we stem any waste, in the borrowing. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support, and thank you for your time.
The Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the report by the Committee on Public Debt on the status of the loan contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023. Honorable Speaker, this report is a good report. It's coming at a time, Honorable Speaker, when there is so much speculation in the country on how much money has been borrowed and at what time has been borrowed. Honorable Speaker, looking at the report as it is, it has scheduled between the month of May last year to the month of April this year that, Honorable Speaker, 213 billion was borrowed. Therefore, this report confirms the status of our borrowing as a country to other foreign countries, Honorable Speaker. What is it that we mean by borrowing, Honorable Speaker? And the question that comes into play is borrowing bad? The answer is no. Borrowing is not bad, but borrow for a good cause. Let us understand, Honorable Speaker, whether these resources that have been borrowed have been expended on a good cause, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at the expenditure that has been itemized on various issues, I want to single out, Honorable Speaker, one issue which has been put into the programs, for example, being, Honorable Speaker, one program that has costed 4.25 billion shillings, being food security and youth employment in Western Kenya through local climate resilience project. Honorable Speaker, I come from Western Kenya. If we are borrowing, Honorable Speaker, for the purpose of helping the people of Western Kenya to defeat the challenges in climate change, it's good. But Honorable Speaker, what is happening is the funds have been borrowed, but they have not been disbursed. We now have floods. We now have challenges of climate change in Western Kenya. What are we trying to say? We are now saying this is a good report that is coming at a time, Honorable Speaker, when Parliament has now to really give oversight to what the executive has done. It has a good idea, but we must enforce, Honorable Speaker, and say, can we then let these resources go to our people? Our people need these resources. What happens, we are talking of our debt ceiling, our debt portfolio, Honorable Speaker, being 10.5 trillion. Where is this money that is now supposed, is also congesting that ceiling, that space, Honorable Speaker, so that we are now talking of a figure which is on paper. We want to see that the executive of the day, Honorable Speaker, as it has planned, let it implement the course, Honorable Speaker. We are looking at the other issue which has touched my attention, Honorable Speaker, is the program on promotion of entrepreneurship and employment. Honorable Speaker, Center for Entrepreneurship, the borrowing is 3.55 billion shillings. But what's the cause? The cause is addressing issues of the youth, so that the youth can now get employment. The youth can now use the skills they've acquired in universities to undertake what they can earn on a daily basis, Honorable Speaker. Instead, Honorable Speaker, what is it that's happening? The report is showing that these resources are undisbursed. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we are saying the executive has a good cause, but what is happening today is that the resources are taking a whole year. When you look at when was the debt signed, in December 2022, for both cases, by the government of Kenya, together with the Federal Republic of Germany. This is a good cause, Honorable Speaker, but why is it that it's not being implemented? That is where now, Honorable Speaker, we come in, and I say it is high time, Honorable Speaker, that now Parliament takes its position to oversight the executive fully, so that we put the executive to account. Honorable Speaker, the President has delivered by signing the concessional loans. What is the Minister for Agriculture doing that is keeping this money not being disbursed? The activities should be there so that the Treasury disperses the resources. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we should make sure that we put the ministers or the CSs to task to make sure that they do their work, deliver the status that has been concessioned to, and we have work being done. Honorable Speaker, in the 12th Parliament, where I served with you, you'll agree with me that such reports were not there. We never used to discuss these reports. This is a golden opportunity, Honorable Speaker, that we now need to go a notch higher and say we are not just going to discuss reports to this House. Let also, when the executive is signing to these concessions, get notes from Parliament, Honorable Speaker. We don't just get papers dropped into Parliament, but they've not been concessioned to. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is a step towards the right direction. The country has moved to the next level. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at our Constitution 2010, Article 114, especially Part 3, which now talks about the issues on receivables, receipts of public resources. Honorable Speaker, we need to go a notch higher and advance and say, before we even receive these resources, can Parliament have a say on these resources that we are committing, Honorable Speaker? And Honorable Speaker, looking at what has happened, that now a committee can sit down and open up, dissect two things. The report we discussed yesterday, Honorable Speaker, on CFS, and the report that we are discussing today. What it means, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans can now access the right information. We need not to rely on hearsays. We can get the right information. We can talk of the figures that we know. We can now debate. And Honorable Speaker, tell Kenyans that indeed we have overborrowed, that indeed we are borrowing for XYZ cause. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I see Parliament growing further. I see Parliament now legislating well and oversight in the executive, which I feel, Honorable Speaker, further to what I've said, we also need not just to be receiving this as a report. My suggestion to the committee is, can we have it as a statement annually? So that, Honorable Speaker, despite the quarterly reports proposed by the committee, can we then have it also annually? So that we dissect and monitor the various loans that the government has borrowed within that fiscal year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the report.
The Honorable Moroto, do you want to speak on this?
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi ili pia nichangie wazo ama hii report ya committee. Kwanza nataka nishukuru sana wale committee ambao waliketi na wakakubaliana wote mpaka leo vile tumepata report hapa mbele yetu. Tunajua hii ni mwendo mzuri na ni mwelekeo ambayo itapeleka Kenya na watu wa Kenya kwa njia ambayo itawasaidia siku za usoni. Mheshimiwa Spika, nakumbuka committee kama hii haikuwa kwa hizo na parliament ambayo imepita yote. Kwa hivyo nataka nichukue nafasi pia kushukuru wale viongozi ambao wanatuongoza kuanzia ninyi wale speakers pamoja na wale walichangia kuona kwamba waunde committees ambayo inaweza kusaidia mambo kama haya. Kwa sababu ilikuwa ni vigumu. Sasa unajua wenye na deal na mambo ya madeni si kitu ambayo itakuwa ni huyu anashika yule anashika, ni hawa wanajua kwamba nini inaingia nini inatoka. Kwa hivyo tunaona kwamba kuna mwelekeo. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ile kitu ambayo nataka ni waulize wenzangu, mnajua kwamba hii ni mkono moja ya serikali. Najua kwamba tunaambia kwamba serikali iko na mikono mitatu. Hii ni mmoja. Kwa hivyo wakati tunasema kwamba serikali imefanya hivi, unajua kwamba sisi wenyewe tunaweka kidole tunajiangalizia ile mkono upande wetu. Kwa hivyo lazima tuseme vile sasa report imekuja hivi, tuwe na watu ambao watafuata. Kama ile kuna ile committee ya implementation au waanze kuona kwamba kuna nini ambayo inaendelea. Kama kuna nini committee nyingine ambayo inasidi hapo hivi, kwa sababu ni sisi ndio tunaweza kuweka Kenya iwe Kenya hapa mpaka wananchi, kwa sababu ni wananchi walijitokeza na wakatuweka katika ili tuwakilishe hawa, kama vile mwenzangu mmoja amesema hapa hivi. Hii na tukiwa hapa hivi hakuna kitu ambacho tunaweza kuwaste. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Speaker, nataka niseme na tukiangalia kwa mambo ya vile wale wanaenda kuuliza, ni kweli kama vile watu wanasema, utapata kwamba pesa mingi inaingia wale wanaenda kuomba, lakini hatuoni kitu ambayo inafanya. Mheshimiwa Speaker, mimi natoka sehemu ya upande wa North Rift, kule ni asal area, na utapata kwamba ile vita ambayo unasikia watu wanakombana, wanapikana, wanafanya nini, ni kwa sababu ya ile shida, umaskini ambayo iko katika ile sehemu. Watu naumia, badala mtu anaona sasa kufe, anasema wacha aende kwa jirani, sasa ingine apate moja na yani mboga ya watoto, na hiyo imeleta shida. Lakini kama kuna chakula, Mheshimiwa Speaker, ambaye inaweza kuingia na kusaidia hawa. Nakumbuka hata kuna wakati tulipitisha hapa hivi tukasema askari ya jeshi na polisi waende na wasaidie usalama katika hiyo area. Mheshimiwa Speaker, hata ukienda huko saizi utapata wale wanalia, hawana mafuta, hawana nini, na kuna pesa tulipeana, hatujui kwamba imeingia wapi. Sasa lazima tuwe na, kwa sababu kazi yetu hapa hivi ni kutazama na kutoa macho na kuangalia nini ambayo inafanyika, ili ile pesa ambayo wananchi, unajua hii pesa si ya mtu, ni raia ndio walitoa taxes yao, kodi yao, jasho yao. Kwa hivyo lazima tuone kwamba ile jasho hao wanapata iwe ni ya ukweli, wapate kwa haki yao na wafurahie. Mheshimiwa Speaker, hiyo ndio mimi nataka tukusema kwamba ikiwa tutaendelea namna hii, tusiwe nyumba ambayo inaongea a talking house, ile ambayo unaongea na kuweka tu ile reports kama hiyo inaanza kusanya vumbi katika mahali iko. Lazima tufuatilie, hata wakati mwingine tuulize hao committee, ile mliweka hapa hivi mmefikisha wapi? Isije kwamba tunaongea tu hapa hivi, mtu anaongea, watu wanaangalia vile tunaongea hivi, watu sagina wanampa wananchi mawazo safi, wanaanza kuwa na ile hope kwamba hapa naonekana kuna mwelekeo mzuri, lakini unaona kwamba mwishowe hakuna. Mheshimiwa Speaker, hii ndio nataka tunihimize nikisema kwamba hii nyumba ya sasa, the current parliament, Mheshimiwa Speaker, naona kwamba kuna watu ambao wanaweza kusema ukweli bila kuficha. Kuna wakati ungesema kitu hapa hivi, kwa sababu nyumba ilikuwa kule ni opposition, kule ni serikali upande hii, lakini saa hizi utapata kwamba hata yule kiongozi ambaye anatoka upande wa wale wachache anapepa na gari ya chikei. Kwa hivyo sisi yote hapa ni serikali sasa. Kwa hivyo tuweke nguvu yetu pamoja. Hata niliona ile kijana yangu juzi tuliweka hapa hivi kwa minority leader, leo anatembea na chikei hapa mbele. Nikamwambia basi hiyo ndio sasa serikali inakaa namna hiyo. Si kama wakati yule mwingine ukiona kama kuna mtu opposition hapa hivi na serikali hapa hivi, yule mwingine aweze kuangalia huyu mwingine. Na sisi ni wana Kenya. Na sisi pia ni nyumba moja. Ukiangalia ile imeandikwa hapa hivi, hii nyumba ni ya wana Kenya ambao wanataka wafurahie. Kwa Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, sitaki kusema zaidi, nataka tuniunge mkono na kushukuru wale komiti kwamba tuende namna hivi, lakini sasa tuweke nguvu zaidi mpaka tuone kwamba kama sasa ile juzi tunasikia kuna mafuta ya 17 billion, mama moja naangaishwa, wengine wanatokea. Hata nashukuru wale watu ambao walifukuza watu kwa kanisa. Najua unaenda huko na kusema haleluya na jana ulitufanya dhambi. Kwa mimi hata naweza kurarua watu kama hawa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
The Honorable Zamzam Chimba, Mombasa.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwanza ningependa kusema tuwe tukiangalia tarakalishi kuhakikisha kuwa mtu ambaye amekuja mwanzo katika bunge kutoa hoja zake anapewa nafasi mwanzo. Wengine tunakuja mapema ili tuwai, pengine tuna safari zingine. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiweza kuchangia kama mama Mombasa County, hii ripoti ambayo imeletwa hapa kuhusu mambo ya deni na mambo ya privatization katika kamati yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kuwa muwazi. Serikali ya Kenya imekuwa kila siku ni madeni, kila uchao ni madeni Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kawaida ya madeni yakichukuliwa katika taifa Mheshimiwa Spika, huwa yanakusudia malengo ya kuweza kuleta uzalishaji zaidi, ili yale mambo yatakayozalishwa kutokamana na deni yawe yatazalisha zaidi yaweze kulipa lile deni Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, deni huchukuliwa kwa sababu ya mambo ya maendeleo, mambo ya kuweza kujenga taifa na uweza kutoa mzigo kwa yule Mkenya ambaye pengine angeweza kutozwa ushuru zaidi. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, inasikitisha licha ya kuwa madeni yamekuwa makubwa Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa zinabadhiriwa. Mpaka sasa toka Septemba 2022 mpaka Aprili 2023 Mheshimiwa Spika, inasikitisha kuwa deni la ndani sisi Kenya limefika 4.7 trillion Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nikilinganisha na ile serikali iliyoondoka kwa miaka 10 iliweza kuchukua deni ya trilioni 6 Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini serikali hii kwa mwaka mmoja tu tayari tuna deni la ndani 4.7 trillion. Hii inasikitisha Mheshimiwa Spika, ile kasi ambayo serikali inachukua deni na yale mazao ambayo sisi tunao Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nazungumza nikiangalia katika hizi takwimu ninazoangalia hapa Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi napenda kuzungumza hivi. Hakuna makosa serikali kuchukua deni. Serikali inaweza kuchukua deni ikiwa inakusudia.
Order, Honorable Member. What's your point of order, Honorable Shure?
Honorable Speaker, this is a House of Records, and I'll just want to correct my colleague. The total debt of 10.5 is what we are talking about, 4.7 being the local domestic borrowing in total. So it's not just specific for this period of time that this report talks about. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Asante Chair wa kamati ya ripoti hii ya leo. Ndio maana nikasema ni deni la ndani, sikusema deni la nje, nimesema deni la ndani. Na hii yote bado inasikitisha Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu Wakenya wamekamuliwa sana. Mimi nikifikiria kama mama kaunti ya Mombasa, leo wajukuu wangu ama vitukuu vyangu watakuja kudaiwa pesa ambazo kwamba hawazijui Mheshimiwa Spika. Ikiwa deni lachukuliwa huku kulipa huku, hii inaonyesha kuwa serikali ama taifa haliendi vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, linalosikitisha hata zaidi, sisi leo kama wabunge leo tunajadili ripoti hii ya madeni ambayo Kenya iko nayo, wakati wa kuchukua madeni sisi hatuhusishwi katika bunge hili Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi ningependa kuomba kama mheshimiwa katika bunge hili kuwa madeni yoyote ambayo serikali inatarajia kuchukua iweze kutuletea hapa ndani ya bunge Mheshimiwa Spika, tupige msasa, tuulize maswali, tujue ni kwa nini. Je, ni deni la dharura? Kama si deni ya dharura Mheshimiwa Spika, tuweze kupinga. Na ikiwa ni deni la dharura tunaweza tukaelewa, ikiwa serikali haina namna tuweza kuelewa Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kusema hivi. Naangalia tena nikirudia hapa, nimeona kuna World Bank ambayo ilileta bilioni karibu 16 ya kuweza kusaidia, na nimeona wakizungumza mambo ya boreholes katika sehemu ambazo zimeathirika na ukame, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini mimi nikiangalia sehemu hizi ndio wale ambao wanalia kuwa hizi boreholes hawajapata, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ni utata mkubwa kwa sababu sisi tunasema kuna kila mwaka bilioni 700 ilikuwa inapotea. Na hivi ndio vile pesa huwa zinapotea, Mheshimiwa Spika. Serikali inaweza kuwa na nia nzuri pengine ya kuchukua pesa, lakini hizi pesa zinapotea kwenye mifuko ya watu, haziwezi kuleta natija katika taifa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi nasikitika kama mama katika taifa hili kuona kuwa pesa zinabadhiriwa kiolelaolela, pesa zinachukuliwa zenda kwenye mifuko ya watu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kumbuka juzi ile hali ilivyokuwa ndani ya Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, maji yalikuwa yanamiminika yanamwagika. Ilikuwa aibu katika taifa hili kuona wageni wanaingia wananyeshewa ndani ya airport, wala si nje wakitoka kwenye ndege, wakiwa ndani kwenye check-in wageni wanamwagikiwa na maji, wakati ambapo sisi tunajua pesa za ukarabati zipo, pesa za kufanya mambo haya zipo, lakini hatukuona natija yoyote pale airport, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ilikuwa aibu. Aibu nyingine, Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi tumeona mvua imekuja kubwa sana hasa katika kaunti ya Mombasa, na kama mama Mombasa kaunti naweza kutuma rambirambi zangu. Pole kwa wale ambao walifelewa na jamaa zao, pole kwa wale ambao walipoteza mali zao, lakini awali ya yote, Mheshimiwa Spika, nasikitika kuwa hapa kuna mbunge mmoja alizungumza ambaye ndo anachea budget, akasema kuwa bilioni 6 zilikuwa zimetengwa katika mambo ya disaster management, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hizi pesa hazikufikiwa magavana. Kile tulichoona ni kuwa naibu wa rais ameenda kuangalia waathiriwa, badala aomboleze na waathiriwa, yeye ameenda kaanza kutukana magavana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Inakuwa mbaya kwa sababu hata hizi pesa zenyewe tunaambiwa kuwa zilikuwa katika mamlaka yake yeye. Kwa hiyo angekuwa mbora zaidi kama naibu wa rais angeweza kutoa pole kwanza, akasema pengine hili na dili lilifanya tukachelewa kupeleka pesa, lakini pesa ndio hizi tumeleta, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuliko yeye kwenda kusingizia magavana na kuwashurutu kuwa zile pesa mlizopewa za kufanya maendeleo mengine chukueni muweze kufanya mambo ya disaster, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kila mapeni kitolewa katika kaunti huwa ina shughuli yake, na leo gavana akitumia pesa pengine ya mshahara kwenda kufanya mambo ya disaster, ataleta shida nyingine kubwa, kwa sababu wale wafanyikazi wa kaunti leo wakikosa mshahara itakuwa tena ni izara katika taifa nzima, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hilo lilinifanya nikatamausha sana kama mama kaunti wa Mombasa, na sikupenda zile tetesi zilizokuwa zikiendelea kwa sababu ya pesa ambayo ilikuwa katika bajeti, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kwa hiyo mimi napenda kusema hivi, pesa zozote zinazokuja katika taifa hii kwenye msaada wowote ambazo zina malengo yake ziende katika yale malengo ambayo yamekusudiwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa zinazoibiwa ni nyingi, na leo tumezungumza hapa ikatamausha sana kumsikia kiongozi wa wengi akiita mwandishi wa habari kuwa yuko illiterate. Haifai matamshi kama hayo ndani ya bunge hili. Wale ambao wanawaona ndio illiterate waandishi wa habari ndio wale ambao wanaolipa ushuru na wanafinyika kule chini, Mheshimiwa Spika. Tuheshimu Wakenya wote, awe maskini, awe tajiri, apewe heshima yake, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeangalia tena katika bajeti hii, Mheshimiwa, katika ripoti hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, nikaona kuwa pesa zilitengwa za kuweza kufanya skills ambayo ilikuwa inagusa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, nafikiri nimeona hapa, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini sijaona mambo haya yakitendeka ndani ya Mombasa County, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na haya ndio yale ambayo tunasema makadirio yanakuja ya pesa lakini hayaendi kwa walengwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kila Mkenya ni mtoa ushuru, na kila anayetoa ushuru lazima aweze kupata aweze kupata zile pesa zake, utumizi wake uweze kumfikia kule chini, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi najua kati ya malengo ambayo ya kukopa pesa ni kuweza kuzuia Wakenya kulipa ushuru wa juu. Lakini hivi karibuni, Mheshimiwa Spika, ushuru umetozwa, ushuru mkubwa sana kwa Wakenya. Wakenya mpaka sasa wanalia. ushuru umepanda, kila kitu kimepanda, na deni nalo pia linapanda, wakati ambapo ilikuwa inafaa kama deni limepanda ushuru wa wananchi usiwe juu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kitu ambacho naweza kupongeza katika ripoti hii ni zile pesa zilizokwenda kwa wakulima, kwa sababu wakulima walikuwa wanahitaji sana ili tuweze kuleta mazao, taifa liweze kupata chakula. Mheshimiwa Spika, na napongeza pia zile pesa ambazo zimeenda kwa afya, watu wanahitaji wapate afya bora. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini pia katika hivi equipments ama vitu ambavyo vinatumika ndani ya hospitali, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna hospitali nyingi pia hawajapata vitu hivi. Mheshimiwa Spika, na hapo pia tunakwenda pale pale, pengine mwananchi tuko 5 na mimi mwizi nichukue 10. Hiyo ndio mambo ambayo inaendelea katika taifa hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mimi kama mama county napinga haswa uchumi ulivyo mbaya, serikali kuweza kukopa kila siku, inakopa kwa kasi sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali wawache kuombaomba. Hii ambayo wameshatoa kwa mwananchi, pesa ambazo wanazichukua waweze kuwekeza mahali ambapo ni sawa, wananchi waweze kupunguza ule uzito ambao wako nao. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili deni likiendelea hivi itakuja kutusumbua. Mheshimiwa Spika, na lingine mimi nataka kusema, mkisikia wananchi wanalia kule chini, tuwaelewe, tusiweze kuwapelekea mambo ya ubishi. Tuelewe wananchi hawa, sisi ndio wametuchagua, leo tuko bungeni, wananchi wanalia, hali ziko mbaya, tusiweze kugombana hadharani kuonyesha yale mambo ambayo si sawa. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati wananchi wanahangaika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi namalizia nikisema dawa ya deni ni kulipa, na kama tumeamua kulipa hii deni, basi tusiwafinye wananchi. Pesa tulizozichukua sisi, tulizokopa, lazima tuletewe hapa na waje hapa katika bunge hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, watuambie hizi pesa zilienda sehemu fulani, mazao yake yakawa ni hivi, hapa tumebaki na hii, hapa bado tunadaiwa hii. Lakini mambo ya kuletewa figures ambazo zimeandikwa na sisi hatujui pesa zimetumika vipi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuwezi kukubali katika bunge la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, Wakenya wanatuangalia sisi, wametuamini, wametupigia kura, sisi tukaweka ahadi kuwa tutakuja kuwapigania. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo hii angalia bunge lilivyo wazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa kutakuja mjadala katika bunge hii ya kuweza kumfinya mwananchi, Mheshimiwa Spika, bunge lote huwa limejaa watu kule wa kusema ai. Leo mjadala unaohusu mwananchi, wote wamekimbia, wameenda kufanya biashara zao. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii mimi nachukia, na nitawaambia wabunge wenzangu, hasa wa Kenya Kwanza, hii sehemu yenu yote iko tupu, na hii inaonyesha vile nyinyi hamwafikirii wananchi wa Kenya, hamwafikirii wale wanahangaika kule chini. Nasikia kulia. Mheshimiwa Spika, nasikia kuliwa. Mjadala huu ni mjadala unaohusu mwananchi wa chini. Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nawaambia, chuma ni chenu, mtarudi kule kwa wananchi kutafuta kura, na kule mtapata majibu yenu. Asante sana. Mheshimiwa Spika. Wako wapi hapa? Wako.
Nafasi hii itamwendea mbunge wa Kitui Rural, Bwana David Mboni.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I really want to be brief. I want to thank, first of all, let me thank the Chair, Honorable Shule, and his team for bringing up this report. Although the report has a lot of gaps which need to be filled, but it's a very good attempt. I would say that before 2002, we did not have a very clear register of debts because the debt was being managed by central bank. But currently, we have a central bank which is managing domestic debts, and also Treasury managing external debts. Honorable Speaker, I think recently we passed what we call debt hunker. That is a debt at net present value, and which we passed it at 55% plus or minus to the GDP. But when you see the report, it shows that we are at 66% of GDP. And just this week we passed the supplementary budget with a deficit of 800 billion. That means we are going to add to our debt. And I normally say that as National Assembly, we actually a contributor to the national debt, especially when we pass budgets with the deficit. You're already telling treasury and government to go and borrow. So we cannot run away from the blame. Chair, the report speaks to the fact that from May 2022 to April 2023, we signed loans with the 19 external finance entities. Unfortunately, and this is something which we need to be very careful, only 3 loans amounted to 24 billion out of 213 was dispersed. And when you look at the report, Treasury is not giving us the reasons why the loans were not dispersed. And that is one of the gaps which the committee should look into. But I will say, because when I was working in Treasury, before I joined this place, I was part, at one time, I negotiated a loan for this country. And I also managed a project, a donor-funded project. But one of the reasons why there are delays in disbursement is lack of provision of counterpart funds. Because normally when you are negotiating a loan, the donors will tell you, okay, we will fund 80%. Look for the 20%. And most likely, and most instantly, the government does not provide that 20%. And therefore, the donors will not be able to give you the 80% before you provide the 20%. The other reasons is administrative conditions which they give you. They tell you, for example, set an office, set a unit, and those kind of things. And if you don't set up, they will not give you the loan. The delayed loan disbursement have asked implications. And you remember 2 weeks ago or what? Something like that. The Condoro budgets, he brought up an issue of the penalties which the country is paying because of not accessing the funds. And she said that we had to pay, I think last financial year, we had to pay 1.5 billion shillings as penalties. You know, these are a lot of money. I mean, this money you are giving out without any return. And I think we need to look at that. The other reasons is that we may not benefit from the project by the time the repayment begins. You know, when you delay, you know, all the projects has a beginning and end period. Now, the time you are paying, the time you are accessing all the money and the implementation of the project, then, and you start paying, the impact of that project may not assist in repayment of the loan. That's another thing. The other thing is incomplete projects. At times, when the period ends, you know, you may end up with an incompleted project. And that's why you find so many projects. I think we have over 4,000 projects in this country which are not completed. And that's the money which this country, we have put in those projects, and but they are not impacting to the socio-economic welfare of the Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the report says that, points out that the Treasury failed to give them critical information. And it's true. I mean, when you look at the report, they did not provide what we call debt register. You know, we need to have a debt register. That's something very important to this country, which should indicate the implementing agencies. Who is implementing this project? Who is this person? What are the key performance indicators, outputs, and the contract signs? You remember this time of strategy gauge. You know, up to now, I don't know how much we are supposed to pay and how much we got for strategy gauge, because there are so many contradicting information. Some are saying 300 billion, others say 400 billion. So at the end of the day, we are not sure how much money we took as a loan and how much we are going to pay in the process. The other thing I think in this register, we also need to look at, the register should also have regions in which these projects are being implemented. You see, we may be taking a lot of loans, but these loans may be used in particular regions. What about the distribution of these projects, which are funded by donors, which all of us, we are contributing in payment? And I'll give you an example. Since independent, where I come from, Eastern region, Raw Eastern, we have only got 2 big projects. The Kibwezi, Kitui, Bodoni Road, which is not complete. Then we have Wake Dam, which is not complete since independent. So, Honorable Chair, I think you need to request, and I hope you could go back to many years to give us a report which shows us for the last 10 years or so, how much have we got as loans, how this money has been utilized, how these projects are impacting on the welfare of this country. Chair, as I alluded, this report, why there is a loan disbursement is mostly is because of lack of budget allocation, and I think this is something which we need to, before Treasury, and I think we have asked a lawyer that we need to look at the loans which are being to be contracted. Before even they go ahead and sign, they should be able to tell us where are they going to get the counterfeit funds, so that there's no delays in disbursements. And we also need proper planning for the loans. You cannot have loans, taking loans because somebody is giving us loans, and we have that problem. I'll tell you, we have that problem. And we have quite incompetent negotiators in the government. I mean, you hear there's a loan, you run there. You are not even reading what are the requirements for that loan. So at the end of the day, we take loans with high interest rates, and we even don't know what we are going to do with the loan. Mr. Chair, we need to move from commercial loans and domestic loans. Domestic loans have a very bad negative impact on our businesses, because immediately government competes with private sector. We call it crowding out effect. Many people want to invest in treasury bills and bonds because the security, the risks are lower than giving to private sector. So what we need to do is we need to go for concessional loans. But these concessional loans, we need to look at them and see if they have conditions which we cannot meet. Let's not go for loans because they are there. Let's look at the conditions of these loans so that at least we can be able to get loans which are going to benefit this country.
The member for your time is up. This is now the chance for the member for Mandera West.
Honorable Speaker, I'm eagerly waiting for the next order.
Member for Kaiti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I want to take this chance to thank the chairman of the committee for the work they have done on this report. Mr. Speaker, the report is good, as I can say, but it has some question marks, if I can say, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, we all know that borrowing is not bad, because we all borrow. Even us, as members of parliament, we do borrow. And as a country, to borrow is not a big problem. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, comes when we borrow the money, and instead of prioritizing what we are going to do with the money, Mr. Speaker, we do projects which are not a priority to the country, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we are speaking, Mr. Speaker, they are the necessity of this country. For example, if we talk of food security, it is true, Mr. Speaker, food security is key to a country. And you go to countries like West Africa, you get that the economy is not that strong. But because of food security, they can do their daily activities smoothly because of food security. Now, as you're speaking, Mr. Speaker, it's a rain season in our country. Mr. Speaker, now, as you know, in our country, some parts of the country, Madam Speaker, has a problem of water, especially where I come from in Lower Eastern, Mr. Speaker. But now, Mr. Speaker, there is a project which was started 2017, Thwakendam, Mr. Speaker. And if, Mr. Speaker, we prioritize that dam, right now as you are speaking, there's a lot of water going to the Indian Ocean, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, after the rains, just 1 month or 2 months we'll be crying of water. People will be walking to kilometers to look for water. And as we talk now, Mr. Speaker, the way situation the economy is, Mr. Speaker, if we can have water to some of areas like Lower Eastern, whereby we have a problem of rains, Mr. Speaker, that water can be used for irrigation. If we use the water for irrigation, Mr. Speaker, and we do farming, we can improve in food security, and we avoid looking money for relief food or asking for donors to give relief food to our people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder, because we do borrow money, and instead of doing, like now we have so many projects, Mr. Speaker, stored projects across the country. If we can balance, Mr. Speaker, if we borrow and balance and complete projects in our country, Mr. Speaker, I think it can be benefit to our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can say that in the current economy, Mr. Speaker, like now, it is true, we need money. And our budget sometimes, because as we can say now, the debt ceiling of a country is going to 10 trillion, Mr. Speaker. It's a threat to our country, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, if we can be transparent, and if we are borrowing money, we be open to each other, and we stop blaming each other. Oh, this government did this, or the other government did this. Now we need the current government to take the mantle and move on. We want to see what they do with the money they borrow. We want to see the project, the stored project done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a day I went to my constituency, Mr. Speaker, and there's a road which comes from Kasikeu to Kilungu, Mr. Speaker. And this road cuts across 2 counties, Mr. Speaker. And now as we are speaking, the road is cut off by the rains. You cannot now communicate from Masailand to Cumberland through Kasikeu Road. Madam Speaker, it's a serious issue which needs a lot of assistance. And when I approached Kera, Mr. Speaker, they told me there's no money. Madam Speaker, now you can see how the people of Kaiti will suffer, because now the road is cut off. We depend on agriculture. We do farming. Mr. Speaker, now we cannot transport our youth from the lower side to upper side. We cannot transport our produce from Kaiti to Nairobi through that road because already it's cut off. Mr. Speaker, I think this is some of the projects or some of the priorities we need to give if we borrow, Mr. Speaker. We have other ways, Mr. Speaker. As a country, we need to chart the way forward. Yes, we are borrowing. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I saw the government, the current government, trying to increase taxes to increase the revenue. But I think this is not the way to go, because, Mr. Speaker, the more we increase taxes, we are not going to get the revenue as they think, but we'll create more poor people. We'll create poverty in our country, Mr. Speaker. Instead of creating atmosphere of our people to do business, to create revenue, Mr. Speaker, will be creating a problem to our country. Mr. Speaker, it's important when we are doing our projects, Mr. Speaker, we look the loopholes we have in our country. And, Mr. Speaker, one loophole we have in our country is corruption. We borrow money, but that money, almost half of the money, goes to people's pockets. And we divert, we lose focus, Mr. Speaker. And we need to fight this animal of borrowing in the House, Mr. Speaker. Because if we make sure that we seal the loophole of corruption in our country, I think, Mr. Speaker, we will be in a position to do great in our country. Mr. Speaker, why do we borrow? Yes, we borrow to meet our needs, because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we pass budgets and we don't have enough resources, Mr. Speaker. It's good, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, as we do this, I want to say that the time has come as a country, we chat, we talk, we talk in one voice to see how we can avoid this high borrowing, Mr. Speaker. I remember when this government was coming to taking over the government, they are saying that they don't want to borrow. But now they are borrowing even more than the other government, Mr. Speaker. So I think we need to do something. We need to chart the way forward, and we need to see how we can be independent. We can use the RUTO resources we have. If we can concentrate with, for example, we concentrate with one item like in infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. If we make sure that we have good roads which enters our villages, our farmers, areas like West Kenya, Western Kenya, and Nyanza, whereby they do farming, and also Central, Mr. Speaker. If we have good roads, they will be transporting their produce, and they'll make good revenue. And that can help our economy to grow, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to support the report, but I want to advise the government, Mr. Speaker, we need to do a lot to avoid this borrowing. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Doris Donya, member for Kisii.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Such a good moment when we are now talking of what is on the ground, how our economy is, and when we look back, Mr. Speaker, during Mwai Kibaki's time, he left office, and Kenyans were very excited that our economy has improved. When we have more debts, Mr. Speaker, there are so many things that happen in a particular country. Even the borrowing rates, Mr. Speaker, goes high. Business people can't do without borrowing. That affects their businesses. You can see at this particular time, so many bank members have closed down their bank accounts, or they've been rendered inactive. Most of the business people, Mr. Speaker, they can't even afford to have their next products or produce, because what they sell, it's directly into their stomach, not to their banks. And Mr. Speaker, when you borrow money, there's that, if I can quote, kuomba harusi kulipa matanga. It has always been a cry. We have this debt, we have that debt. When there's borrowing, there are good photos that are taken. Media reports, today Kenya has received this loan, this and that. Sometimes you are never even told what that money has done. But come to the time of payment, that is when it is now kulipa ni matanga. There's a lot of cry. Oh, we need to do this with our budget so that we can pay. You go to the ground, you want to understand what this money did to its citizens. Things are changing, the economic times are very hard, Mr. Speaker. Currently, as I stand here, there are so many answers we can give as leaders to improving our economy instead of having these loans. Like half of Kenya is not developed. Half of it is left idle. Our land, it's not cultivated. The rains are here. Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have no good storage mechanisms. The rains will be off. We will start the drought. People will be crying of hunger. While we have this precious commodity called water, carrying our people, destroying properties and everything, instead of it being stored so that it can be used in the future. You saw the planting of trees, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if it came at such a particular time that with the rains, definitely all the trees that were planted have been washed away. There is nothing you can do when you have a lot of water and there are plants that have been planted, Mr. Speaker. We have missed on how to place our priorities. We seem to be prioritizing things that are not supposed to be given a priority. Like now, Mr. Speaker, go to universities. They are crying. We don't have funds. Those are schools. Education is key. The best gift, Mr. Speaker, you can give to your child is education. Yes, the government has promised they are giving education, but they are not funding what they've promised to give. Come to JSS, the pain that those teachers go through, Mr. Speaker. One teacher teaching 12 subjects. For example, you trained as a sign language teacher. How do you train that if you didn't train for it? Which subject will you have to offer, Mr. Speaker, as an alternative? Why did I bring up this issue? Misplaced priorities. If we put our priorities right, Kisii County alone is a food basket. It can feed the whole of this country. You go there, the land is very green, Mr. Speaker. You just love it if you are flying. You are flying. You look down and you say, these people are blessed. It rains well, the grass, the trees are green, but shocking is immediately the rains are, if it rained 11 in the morning, by 6 in the evening, women are carrying jerrycans to the river to fetch water. Yet as a country, we can't understand that instead of taking loans to do other things, we can have dams in Kisii, we have plenty of water. Why do we have good dairy farmers from Central? Because they have, I can say they are 60%. They have 60% connectivity of water. The other good places like Kisii, Nyanza, we go to Lowland, to Western, it's also green. We can have good projects done there. Kitale, we can have enough food. So, Mr. Speaker, before we even talk of these loans, if I take a loan as Donya, believe you me, I will pay that loan. I will not wait to use that money. Then later I say, oh, that money was not spent well. Now we have to look for another way so that you can pay that loan. From where? You must have at all times, Mr. Speaker, be accountable. I liked what Honorable Zamzam said. You've taken a loan. Before even you take that loan, do public participation. Let members of parliament do discussions of that loan so that next time we will not have 3 people, 4 people signing that loan, but when things go haywire is when we are told now, oh, come together, we have to do this and that so that we can pay that loan. We are getting it wrong somewhere, Mr. Speaker. And if things continue going the way they are, common mwananchi out there, they are saying, vitu haviko sawa. Mambo ni mbaya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The member for Laikipia East, the Honorable Magi Kiunjuru. Kiunjuru, your mic has a problem, so use the one in front of you. Could you give him the one next to him? Or is that whole row? It's the whole row, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise in support of this report. The chairman and his committee has done a good job. It's also good for Kenyans to know where we are and where we are coming from. And on the onset, Mr. Speaker, loans are not bad because even those who are in business, entrepreneurs in this country, if you like, you assess how many successful Kenyans have no loans, might be you get none. Because even those with billions want to have a trillion to continue with their businesses. The only problem with a loan is when you take a loan not knowing what to do with that loan. Or take a loan with the wrong projection. Or take a loan and you get excited and you use it for the wrong purpose. And therefore, we really need to ask ourselves where the rain started beating us. The loans we are discussing today, they are accumulation. It's not just a loan that was taken the last 1 year. We are talking of loans that had been taken time to time from the government of Mwai Kibaki, administration of Uhuru Kenyatta, and now you have the administration of William Samoei Ruto. What you ask ourselves are the experiences that we have. How did Kibaki manage his loans? At what time did our appetite for loan superseded the reason even why we are borrowing these loans? How have we been managing our loans? Have we been able to evaluate ourselves? Did we even have a plan before you took the loans? Because even in business, you have to have a business plan. What do you intend to do? And the outcome. If you're getting a moratorium, for how long? If you're going to repay your loan, at what particular juncture are you also going to bridge the gap and now start counting on profit? Because a loan is a loan. Either it is taken by Mama Boga, whether it is taken by an industrialist or a government. The end game is that when a government borrows, there is a grace period whereby at that particular juncture, we shall also be able to break even. If you are borrowing for roads, might be after 50 years, the country starts benefiting out of that loan. Or you are borrowing so that this road can trigger economic activity here and there. If it's about electricity, to trigger economic activities. They are supposed to stimulate. Any loan is supposed to stimulate the economy one way or the other. Some short-term, others long-term. We were told when we went to take SGR that might be we shall start getting benefits 50 years. I agree. The loans we are taking today, some loads, another 20 years. But the question that we must ask ourselves now, where we are today, we are talking of hunger in the country, eradicating hunger. We are talking of the cost of living. If we start blame game, who took the loan, how was the loan used, how are we going to take this one, then we shall have not have addressed the question that is facing us today. Because, Mr. Speaker, this administration is only 1 year old. The loans we are paying were taken 5, 6, 7 years ago. We know of how the boats were taken. And therefore, we cannot say that this administration came the other day and they should now be able to explain to Kenyans why we are in a deep hole. The explanation is very clear, that we have a debt here, and whoever comes in, even after William Samoei Ruto, will come and shoulder the responsibility of paying the loans that this administration will take. And therefore, we must realize that the loans that we got from the previous government, it is the high time we start now planning. What we need to do is to give information to Kenyans, for Kenyans to understand every step that we are taking to stabilize this economy. That already we are in deep sea, the waves are there, the currency, the current is very, very, very heavy for us, and how do we navigate out to safety? Mr. Speaker, we need now to think of short-term, not long-term. If you look at all these loans, the way they are tabulated here, I have looked at them. Some have gone to pastoral economy, some have gone to agriculture value chain, others have gone to issues to do with the syndicated short-term, other syndicated loans. If you look at it, macro, small and medium enterprises, and they are distributed across the country. Nobody can argue that these loans were directed to one region of Kenya. They are distributed all over. They are in northeastern, they are in coast, they are in western, they are in Nyanza, they are in central province, and therefore it is our problem. When we come to blame each other, let us remember these monies are being paid and they were taken all over. No one region can say that we benefited, the other say we never benefited. And therefore, it's a question of asking ourselves, did they go to the right usage? If you look at some of these loans, they went to enhance water, issues to do with the water, others about agriculture. The question we should ask ourselves, when 10 billion was taken to a certain region to develop agriculture value chain. Was it used for that purpose? If it was about water, was it for that purpose? If you look at, for example, the last 15 years, we have done a lot of work in northern Kenya on issues to do with water. Look at what is happening today. The Elnino is here with us, they will be left with no drop of water. Look at Western region, a lot of agriculture value chain, most of the money went there. Today, are we able to pay those loans out of the intended use of that money? Look at small and macro. Are we able to generate money? Can we say 10 years down the line, these are the benefits? Because you ought to have seen the benefits that have been accrued from the loans that we took. Today, once you talk of agriculture value chain, do we have any supporting institution that's supporting agriculture? Both livestock and horticulture, and even the cash crop we have in this country, all directorates are dead. Sugar directorate, dead. Tea directorate, dead. Coffee directorate, dead. Horticulture, everything is dead. Look at pastoralist areas. Are we improving the animals that we have there? Are we controlling diseases? Are we still selling the same bull, 20, 30 kgs, when we are supposed to have gotten a hybrid that can give us 100 kg? Are we supporting those farmers? Are we supporting those institutions that can give us immediate outcome? When I was Minister for Agriculture, we came out with a program that we required only 2.4 billion to make Kenya a seed, potato seed exporter of potato seed, whereby we could have been able to produce all the seed we require in this country and start exporting, and the program was only taking 21 months. Today, if you look at how we can improve our animal breed, in 3 years' time, you can turn around, and I know Mr. Speaker is around here, will be able to tell us that you can turn that economy in as short as 2 years, 3 years. Today, a coffee farmer will be lining up looking for a grafted seed when we have a directorate of our coffee which is dead and cannot be able to be supported. The issues we'll be coming up with today is asking ourselves, are we still going to rely on lanes or we are going to rely on water? Because end of the day, Israel relies on water. Kenya relies on lanes. Egypt relies on water. Kenya relies on lane. At what juncture shall we transit from issues of thinking traditional way of doing things to modern way of doing things, using very small amounts of money, turn the economy of this country, and we'll be committed? Because end game is that I come today, I become the minister. What I see is the 5 years I'm the minister for.
You actually have 1 more minute.
Thank you. The issue here is our mindset. When we come in as an administration of William Samoei Ruto, and we are thinking 5 years or 10 years only, what will benefit us as leaders in only 5 years? We are not planning for our future generation. When we come in as administration of UDA and as opposition Azimio, and not thinking about our mother country, Kenya, that tomorrow, if Azimio will ever take over, they will take over from where Kenya Kwanza left. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is high time that we think as Kenyans and not as political parties, and us know who is leading this country, and that this Kenya is our baby, and together we must take care of it.
Thank you. Fujo 504.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I've been waiting to make my contribution on this report by the Committee on Public Debt and Privatization Committee. And on the onset, I would not shy away from beginning with what I always do begin with, and which is very important that Kenyans always remember, so that as we progress with the issue of debt, and I like the preceding speaker who was just spoken after me, that this debt has been accumulating over the time. And sometimes there's no need of really just throwing blame game from one place to another, because these things were happening when we were in this country. That I always begin by telling this House that by the time Mwai Kibaki leaves, the so-called debt was only 1.89 trillion. This is very important, so that you see where we are coming from. And that means Moi, who ruled for 25 years together with Kenyatta, who also ruled for those years, about 13, as we know, must have made the debt to be much, much lower. Because if Kibaki is leaving it at 1.89 trillion on June 2013, that is what was our debt. But then all of a sudden from 2013 June, by the time we are getting to 2022 June, that debt has gone to 8.588 trillion. So it's really for us to know and comprehend where we are coming from and what happened between June 2013 and June 2022. That we had not only doubled, in fact, if I go to percentum, which I still have here, Honorable Speaker, we increased debt by 353%. That was terrible, and I love to hear from former Waziri, because he is actually putting it in perspective, that everybody who comes borrows and goes away and imagines his 5 years and walks away, or 10 years and goes away. But we must start looking at this debt as something that is for a holistic view for the entire country. Now, Honorable Speaker, the statistics we have are so limited, but I'm happy that the House, for the first time and in many years, the 12th Parliament did not have this opportunity, is able to speak about public debt, how much, what we are borrowing, where we are taking it to. In the 12th Parliament, there was nothing like this, because people would speak about the budget and concentrate on expenditure rather than where we are getting the money, especially on debt. So in this report, this is just 12 months, Honorable Speaker, just 12 months. And it's beginning from 1st of May 2022 to 31st August 2022, and goes all the way to January 2023, and then 30th April 2023. And then again, it's so specific because it's just dealing with foreign debt. It has not included internal borrowing, which is basically made up of the treasury bills and treasury bonds, which otherwise, like I heard somebody indicate, is also very, very high. So for me, I see space, and great space, for this Parliament, that if we continue with this discourse the way we are going, Honorable Speaker, we have a chance of even now going to legislate and laws that will actually force the executive to, and the treasury therefore, to bring the loans that they sign with the international organizations, whether it's the World Bank, IMF, the London Club, the Paris Club, or whatever other bilateral country, to Parliament. And the case studies are very rich, Honorable Speaker. Not only will that be happening in Kenya, but countries like Ghana have already gone that direction, whereby by the time the borrowing is done, Parliament actually approves it. But when you talk to our treasury, they'll tell you that that will take too long, it is complex, it will waste time. But that's not the case. Zimbabwe is another very good example where Parliament will actually resolve the issue of debts. And when you look at the report, Honorable Speaker, I'm proud of this committee because they tell you that externally we have borrowed, at the risk of repeating, but let me just repeat, over 19 loans, and the disbursement is very little. I don't want to repeat what people talked about this. The only danger in this has been what is called the commitment fees, which I'm sure many speakers spoke about, that we have not received the money yet, but we are paying some commitment fees. The last time I heard about it, it was 1.5 billion. You can imagine that. That because you are not using this money which you committed yourself to take, and you have not taken it, Honorable Speaker, so you have to pay 1.5 billion. I'm aware in the last financial year we paid 499 million in form of commitment fees alone. And that is quite a substantial amount of money. So then the issue of we must take the debt, like one of the honorable members did speak on it, when we are ready to take it, not just to rush and take a loan because the loans are available. Honorable Speaker, the other thing I would wish then to speak on is the issue of how the debts are dispersed. And I think very many members have spoken on this, that it needs to be dispersed quickly so that it can actually have an impact on the budget itself, finance the budget, because these debts are taken not only for a joke, but actually to finance the budget. At a time when we are having now liquidity difficulties, we have the exchange rate difficulties, we have imbalances in the balance of trade, and very high debt servicing expenditure, then we need to have these monies dispersed quickly. The issue of management of the debts is another issue that I would really want to speak about, because if you manage your debt well, you will always remain afloat and survive the rigors of economy. And your currency will also survive the shock waves that do come with the rising interest rates. Because like now, when you look at Kenya, many investors will be very shy because they are not sure whether we shall be paying the Eurobond or not be paying that particular Eurobond. So they are prospecting, and therefore they would not want to do business with us. So the debt management becomes very important. And historically, debt management has been dangerous for countries. If in recent past you want to speak about Greece, which is just the other day, and the other country in Eastern Asia, but I would even take it back to the times of Khedive Ismail in Egypt, who took so many loans and he was unable to pay the loans, and therefore foreign countries came in, notably France and Britain, to just take over the Suez Canal, take over the economy of the country and start managing it. And I think the recent most example has been the vivid one in Greece, which could not manage itself. So debt management became very important. And then debt reporting. We are seeing the Treasury still lagging. It's not really willing to give full information and full disclosure on the issues of debts and even who borrowed those debts and where the debts went to. And this will be very, very important that this committee continue bringing reports to this House so that we may know exactly the amount of money that Kenya owes other countries. In fact, as we speak today, and I'm happy I overheard the President speak on this one recently, not more than 1 month ago, that even the government itself, is not very sure about the real debt stock that we have in this particular country, and that there's need to actually get information and mop up information to establish that exactly how much do we owe, not only the foreign partners, but also the internal partners, because we don't have details because of lack of a debt register on the debt stock that the country is actually owing to the people outside there. So it's very important that we establish a debt register and we become very easy with debts. What has happened, formerly Honorable Speaker, is that the Treasury and people in government, Treasury particularly, don't want to declare these debts clearly. It's like a hiding. And that is why the Eurobond has become a problem for us, that Eurobond was taken, and I'm happy the member who spoke just after me was Waziri. I'm so proud to be here with Waziri Kiunjuri. And when this Eurobond was taken, we are even told it never reached Kenya. It's like at one point when the debate on corruption was taking very serious stock, there are people in government who now found an opportunity within the external borrowing and borrowing as an avenue to actually take this money away. And that's how we lost the Eurobond, because you take the debt and then it disappears in the air before it lands. And we have another case study of KPLC. KPLC, when we looked at the statistics of how it has borrowed as a government entity, they had a loan of about 17 billion. But when brought to table to speak about how they borrowed the 17-point-something billion, and Chairman, I'm sure you are aware of this. Chairman, are you following this? The KPLC did indicate that they are not aware that they have such a...
Thank you. The member, the Honorable Farah Malim, EGH.
Mr. Speaker, Can I have the, yeah. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to weigh in on this. I also want to thank the committee for having done such a unique exercise. For the longest in this country, Parliament never knew how our debt was collected, who took it, for what purpose, and whether that purpose itself was achieved. There are a lot of debts that we're paying right now that were ghost in terms of the implementation, in terms of projects and programs. We took the debts. Kenyan masses are paying for it, but it ended up in lining up the pockets of the political elite that was there at the time. Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Omboko put it, the debt at the time when Kibaki left office was about 1.8 something. Today, I think it's close to 10 trillion. 10.5 trillion. You can imagine how we shot that thing almost 1,000% in the shortest possible time. Syndicated loans are loans that ends up largely in the pockets of the political elite. Eurobond.
How do you define syndicated loans again?
Eh?
How do you define syndicated loans again?
Syndicated loans.
How do you define them?
I will define them, Mr. Speaker.
You say they're loans that enter
Yes,
pockets?
yes, yes. They end up, because when you hear of syndicated loans always, these are loans that are taken from commercial banks. And because they're taken for commercial banks, when you're going to go and ask for a Eurobond, for example, they force you to go and pay those loans that you took from banks in their own that region. When you go for these other commercial banks, like SGR, one, they're punitive in terms of the interest that they have. And secondly, they do not insist on a serious project and financial audit of those loans. But when you take it from the World Bank, or you take it from IMF, or you take it from some of these other bilateral bodies that are very big, then of course, one, the interest is almost concessional, very, very cheap. Secondly, they make sure that that money goes to the purpose for which it was intended. So the percentages of commissions that ends up in the pockets of people who are in the government is not there. That's why the SGR is costing us, if not twice, 3 times what ordinarily it would have cost us. The Ethiopians paid for a much longer one, dual track, electrical, for a cheaper price than what we paid for ourselves. Because the money was stolen. The money was stolen. When we're given loans for certain critical sectors of the agriculture of this country, and we're supposed to enhance the capacity of our National Cereals and Produce Board, enhance the capacity of our farmers, help them with value addition, we don't do that. The farmers go for a bumper harvest, they're now subjected to market forces. Instead of the government buying these things as a strategic reserve, all of it, at a guaranteed minimum returns, they are told now to sell it to the market. When they sell it, there's a shortage. When there's a shortage, people import from outside. When they import from outside, there is where, again, the political elite makes its money from. You allow the coffee industry, you allow the sugar sector to go down the way it has gone down. You give an opportunity yourselves to go and import the Comesa, the what you call all other sorts of Brazilian sugar. You import from all those places and you make a bomb, you make a kill. You make a kill. And that is exactly what it is. I keep saying that somebody is stealing his own money. There's no way you can go and account for that money. You have a business right now. You have your money in your account. It belongs to Honorable Kinjuri, who's a minister, a one-time minister. And then if Honorable Kinjuri decides to steal from himself, there's no way you can stop that. This country is being robbed by the very people who are supposed to be the trustees of this country. The trustees are supposed to, what do you call, are the ones who are stealing it. I can see here, Honorable Kinjiri was talking about how we can help our livestock sector. A small country like Botswana, whose livestock sector was developed by Kenyan experts. Kenyan livestock experts are the ones who developed that sector. Is exporting beef to all over the world. We have a potential in this country here which no any other African country has except Ethiopia and Somalia in terms of the livestock numbers we have here. Do we want to develop them? No, we don't want to develop them. We're importing everything from South Africa these days. Our coffee sector, which was supposed to be one of the best and a trailblazer in the continent and in the world, was destroyed. The tea sector, by the way, the coffee that gives us the biggest competition in the world right now is the Vietnamese coffee. The Vietnamese coffee was introduced by an international civil servant who was a Kenyan. He's the one who introduced it there. So the idea came from here. The same way the idea for the European Union comes from East African community, but then we destroyed our own, and they borrowed it from us, and they have a European Union that works very well. Mr. Speaker, I thought I had 10 minutes. I can see I'm being put on some notice. Can I? No, I don't think so. Anyway, I'll beg you for some more minutes anyway. So, Mr. Speaker, I see here money that has been set aside for the livestock sector in northern Kenya and other places. I hope it comes out true. I hope it comes out true. Because this is going to revolutionize completely. It's not much. Horn of Africa, there's the groundwater resilience for Horn of Africa. We are now, our whole region is cut off from the rest of the country. Why? Because we don't have a water harvesting, surface runoff water harvesting we don't have. We could have harvested all that water. There are countries in the world where rivers flow through them, and those rivers don't drain in the seas. They make sure that at the point of the sea it is rerouted and it's put in there as reserves or reservoirs for their people, for them.
Honorable, for 1 more minute.
2, please.
There's pressure on other people, other members to speak.
Yeah, I don't know how my minutes were.
One more minute, sir.
Anyway. And that is where the problem is, Mr. Speaker. How do we treat corruption? How do you treat people who are not patriotic? And those people are not ordinary people. These are the people who are the trustees of the country. The trustees of the country. Every shortage in this country is an opportunity for the political class to make money out of it. And the shortage comes in expensive. It destroys the lives of Kenyans, and we destroy sectors of our economy. The sugar sector is gone, the coffee sector is gone, the tea sector is gone, the pyrethrum sector is gone. The only reason why the flower sector is still flourishing is because it's in the hands of people who are foreigners. And the same foreigners do what you call transfer billing, which means the money never comes to us. Our people don't even get paid properly. We don't even have the regulatory system to protect our workers and protect the produce from our country that ends up in other parts of the world, like the flour, because of corruption. Because of corruption. These so-called cartels in every sector, they work with the political class. So I don't know when we are going to get an ordinary person in this country to lead this country for us to make the change, the revolutionary changes that every Kenyan yearns for. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether you're going to run for the presidency. I know you have a party of your own. I don't know how corrupt you'll be, but I don't think you'll be corrupt.
I have no comment on that. The Honorable Salasia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have the observation from the report.
The Honorable Farah, I order that you sit and listen to Honorable Salasia before you leave.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you so much. From the report that has been given, I want to support it 100%. And Mr. Speaker, my observation, the short period of time that I've been in this parliament or I've been involved in the budget process when it comes to the committee at committee level, I've observed that there is a lot of things that are happening behind the camera. You will realize that when this funding, the ministry will tell you that these are the donor funding. But when you ask them what kind, they will give you like fly control. So you ask yourself, how is it essential to our country? And in my own understanding is that, Mr. Speaker, as a parliament, we need to establish an office. We have the office of the Auditor General, we have the office of the control of the budget. We also need to establish an office in the Constitution that is independent, that will guide about the issues of the loans, so that we find, like even right now, when you ask to get the detail, the deeper details about the loans, you will not get it. That's why we need to come up as a house to establish an office of the debt control. And also, we need also to come up with an office that will also guide the members on the policies when it comes to the revenue generation, so that we can avoid the challenges that we went through to come up with the Finance Act that cannot even heal the problems that this country is facing. Last, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that some of the policies that are being made by the executive, you will realize that this, the House has been taken over by the executive, and whatever that is being brought from the executive will not go under through the scrutiny. It becomes of the majority numbers. And that is why we are saying, look at this matter, how this issue of the oil has been undertaken. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that we called the CS to come and even clarify to the members. But there's no anyone who is who wants to bother it. And that is why we are saying, look at they are saying that they want to borrow, and they'll be paying money to those G2G after 6 months. But today, you realize that the exchange rate, they are not even factoring in about the exchange rates. That's why we are saying that there are some other things that we need also to come up as a country and say no. And we're looking at, we want to thank the Kibaki and even the expressway. We need to go for the loans that will bring value and add the GDP to our country. And that is why we see things like the expressway. They are making value. The Thika Superhighway. Those are the things that we are asking, and I wish that the G2G is also another loan that is coming and is going to affect this country. And Mr. Speaker, we need to bring the Minister of Energy, Chirchir, to come and explain to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I support the report.
Thank you. These two members remaining, I will remind the next speaker to remind the person speaking next after him, so that we're able to get all of us speaking. The Honorable Member for Sotik.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also add my voice on this very important report. On the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for doing an excellent job and bringing out issues to do with public debt. Mr. Speaker, this country belongs to all of us. And when we are speaking about the issue affecting all Wananchi, the cost of living does not select where a person comes from. It touches across the board. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that when we are talking about this issue of public debt, I want to say we have to look at the borrowing of these loans. right from the word go, what is it in this agreement? We need to look at the details. Because as I say, the devil is in the details. And Mr. Speaker, this is the area we must look at. Because we could be signing for something which is going to kill our children. Mr. Speaker, the future generation of this country is going to blame us. Because if you take loan, as Mheshimiwa Kiunjuri was saying, and we don't know, we have no plan on how to use this money. Use the money, to use the funds for the benefit of the people of this country. Use the funds to stimulate the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, the area which I know and I've seen this Kenya Kwanza government has done, and I'm proud of, is the issue of subsidized fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, I come from Sotik, I'm the MP Sotik, and I've seen the impact of this fertilizer which was given. There is now plenty of food. And I'm very sure, Mr. Speaker, if we address the issue of food security, because, Mr. Speaker, in the past, we have had to import food. And it has been very difficult because it really drains the treasury. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, if we can address the production side of the economy, it will be very, very important. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about tea. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, we are taking our tea from those factories of KTDA, from Sotik and other areas, in sacks, Mombasa. We must insist that we have to add value on our tea. Mr. Speaker, tea has been a major foreign exchange earner, and it will continue being the same. But if we kill the sector which has been feeding this country, Mr. Speaker, I think it's unfair. Mr. Speaker, I also want to ask the government to look at the issue of dairy farming. Dairy farming is an area which is very important, livestock in general, so that we can be able to assist our farmers. In that case, we'll be asking the government to actually put more money in places where we benefit more. Mr. Speaker, I want to also speak briefly on the issue of borrowing by other agencies like the universities, like the county governments. There's a lot of borrowing there. Speaker, we must put our hand there. And Mr. Speaker, I want to ask this House to take control. The chairman of this committee, I want to thank him for having done a very good job, and we want you to stick and make sure that you follow whatever is happening in this budgetary process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
I support the report.
Member for Rangwe, could you make your point in 2 minutes?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Make sure that I do it with precision in exactly 2 minutes. And I'm rising to add my voice to this report as I support it. And I want to thank the Honorable Chair for a job well done and the levels of aggression that are shown by this committee. Yesterday he had items he brought to the plenary. Today also he's here. It shows that he's active and he's doing a good job. And I celebrate you, my brother. It's a report on the loans contracted by the national government over a period of 3/4 of a year. And I want to thank this committee for really taking its time to interrogate the loans that had been indicated to have been contracted. Today I was in a certain sitting, was with one of the PSS who are working, who are custodians of the monies of this country and the financial systems, and he indicated that 60% of the revenues that are generated by this country go to servicing loans. 60% go to servicing loan. 30% of the monies are used on as a recurring budget. 10% goes to the counties. And if there is any development that is to be done, Honorable Speaker, this development can only be done through getting loans. And loans which are obtained, Honorable Speaker, there is no specificity in the projects that are done by these loans. Honorable Speaker, the loans, as has been indicated in this report, some of them are used for they are used in sectors that target social returns other than financial returns, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't know where the spirit of Kenya, who killed the spirit of Kenya is a person I don't know. Who this demon was who killed the spirit of Kenya that made us forget our anthem that says, na tujenge taifa letu, huu ndio wajibu wetu, Kenya yastahili heshima. As long as we have people in office whose interest is their stomachs, as long as we have Kenyans who are serving in noble positions, whose interest is not kuwa na wajibu, whose interest is not taking responsibility of putting Kenya in the next, thank you, Speaker, putting Kenya in the next level, I am telling you, we are living a terrible, terrible country for the next generation. How I pray that we just remember that we have an anthem to honor that unites us as Kenyans, even to the extent of the loans that we borrow. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much.
There being no other interest in the motion, I would then request the mover to go ahead and reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank all the members for their continued support to the Debt Committee and for their great contributions. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. And Honorable Speaker, I'll request that we defer putting of the question pursuant to Standing Order 53.3. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. So the question on this particular motion will be put when the House next sits. Honorable members, the time being 20 seconds to 7 p.m. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 28th of November 2023 at 2:30.
Asubuhi njema kwako mtazamaji kokote uliko. Karibu katika matangazo ya bunge la Seneti. Leo ni Jumatano, tarehe ni 22 Novemba mwaka ni 2023. Na haya ni matangazo ya moja kwa moja yakiletwa kwako na kitengo cha utangazaji cha bunge, yani Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, tukishirikiana na shirika la utangazaji la Kenya KBC Channel 1. Jina langu ni Vusaka Litu. Mtazamaji, ombi langu kwako tukae pamoja hadi tamati ya kikao. Katika ratiba ya shughuli za bunge la Seneti asubuhi ya leo, yapo mengi, mambo mengi, kadha wa kadha ambayo bunge la Seneti linatarajiwa kuangalia. Na kama ilivyo desturi, kila Jumatano waziri mmoja, waziri wawili hufika mbele ya bunge la Seneti kujibu maswali. Naam, kwa vile hawa maseneta wanatuwakilisha mimi na wewe kutoka kaunti mbalimbali, na kuomba pia ukae utulie, manake haya maswali yanakuhusu wewe na mimi. Kwa sasa mtazamaji, naomba nikufahamishe mawaziri ambao tunawatarajia asubuhi ya leo. Kumbuka tunawatarajia tu, ndio kama kawaida, lakini iwapo watafika hatuna uhakika. Waziri wa barabara na usafiri Mheshimiwa Onesmus Murkomen anatarajiwa mbele ya bunge la Seneti asubuhi ya leo. Waziri wa fedha Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u huenda aje mbele ya bunge la Seneti asubuhi ya leo. Waziri wa vijana na masuala ya spoti Mheshimiwa Ababu Namwamba huenda afike mbele ya bunge la Seneti. Na nikirejelea ratiba asubuhi ya leo, shughuli nambari 8 ni hoja ambayo inahusu kutangazwa kwa wizi wa mifugo kama janga la kitaifa na pia kuanzishwa kwa hazina ya waathiriwa wa wizi wa mifugo. Anayehusika na hoja hii si mwingine ila Seneta wa Baringo William Cheptumo. Katika shughuli nambari 9 ni hoja pia inahusu kutwaliwa kwa mali ya watu wanaokosa kulipa mikopo kutoka kwa taasisi mbalimbali za kukopesha pesa. Mhusika mkuu katika hoja hii si mwingine ila Seneta Wahome wa Matinga. Naam, katika ratiba shughuli nambari 10 ni hoja ya Seneta Crystal Asige. Hoja yenyewe inahusu siku ya kutotumia magari kila mwezi na maeneo ambapo magari hayataruhusiwa kutumika. Mhusika mkuu ni Crystal Asige Seneta. Seneta Asige anasema kwamba anaelewa Wakenya wana haki ya kuwa na mazingira safi na yenye afya. Hii ni kwa mujibu wa kipengee cha 42 cha katiba yetu. Seneta Asige pia anasema anaelewa usafiri, yani transportation, ndio mojawapo ya vitu ambavyo vinachangia pakubwa kwa uchafuzi wa mazingira. Na hapa analenga moshi na kelele kutoka kwa magari. Kumbuka hiki ni kitu ambacho kinafanyika kila sekunde, kila dakika, kila siku, miaka nenda, miaka rudi. Uchafuzi ulioje huo. Magari ya kibinafsi ndio mengi sana katika barabara zetu humu nchini. Seneta Crystal Asige anasema pasipo kudhibiti hali hii ni wazi kwamba uchafuzi wa mazingira utazidi na hali ya hewa itazidi kudorora humu nchini. Kwa hivyo, Seneta Asige hasiti kusema kwamba hali hii itawadhuru Wakenya wengi pakubwa. Seneta Asige anaiomba Wizara ya Barabara na Usafiri ishirikiane na Baraza la Magavana na Baraza la Kitaifa kuhusiana na mabadiliko ya hali ya anga ili wachukue hatua kadha wa kadha. Mojawapo ni kuchagua na kutenga siku moja kwa mwezi ambapo Wakenya hawatatumia magari ya kibinafsi. Isitoshe, anataka pia kuwe na maeneo ya miji ambapo magari hayataruhusiwa kutumika. Seneta Asige anapendekeza kwamba tunastahili kuwa na usafiri wa umma ulio mzuri kabisa, ikiwemo bus rapid transport. Wakenya wahimizwe kutumia electric hybrid buses. Hizi ni aina ya basi ambazo ni za kielektroniki na hazichafui mazingira sana ukilinganisha na basi za kawaida. Anasema Wakenya watakaofanya hivi wapewe motisha. Naam, zaidi ni kwamba anasema tunastahili kuwa na miundo msingi, yani infrastructure, ambayo itawezesha Wakenya kutotumia magari. Senator Crystal Asige anasema miji yetu iwe na barabara za kuendeshea baiskeli na pia za watu kutembea kwa miguu pasipo kusumbuliwa na magari. Na hatimaye anasema kuwe na muungano wa njia zote za usafiri ili wasafiri wasiwe na shida kutoka sehemu moja hadi nyingine. Kufikia hapo mpenzi mtazamaji, spika wa bunge amekwisha wasili. Naam, ni naibu wa spika Kathuri Murungi ambaye amewasili. Muda si muda ataomba, kisha kikao rasmi cha bunge la seneti kitaanza. Kwake spika naibu.
To leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen. Clerk, confirm whether we have quorum. Okay, Sergeant at Arms, ring the bell for 10 minutes.
Naam, naibu wa spika la bunge la seneti amefika, ameomba, kisha ameuliza, je, akidi tunayo? Amejibiwa kwamba hakuna akidi. Kwa hivyo ameagiza kengele kukirizwa kwa muda wa dakika 10 hivi, ndiposa maseneta waingie katika bunge la seneti na kikao kianze. Naam, hapo awali kidogo mpenzi mtazamaji, nilikuwa nimekueleza kwamba leo ni siku ya Jumatano, basi tunawatarajia mawaziri kadha wa kadha. Waziri wa kwanza ambaye tunamtarajia ni waziri wa barabara na usafiri Mheshimiwa Onesmus Murkomen. Kisha tunamtarajia waziri wa fedha Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u. Waziri wa tatu ambaye anatarajiwa mbele ya bunge la seneti si mwingine ila waziri wa vijana na masuala ya spoti Mheshimiwa Ababu Namwamba. Naam, nikizidi kusonga mbele katika orodha ya mambo ambayo bunge la seneti linatarajiwa kuangalia, nambari 7 nikikurudisha nyuma kidogo ni wakati wa maswali na kauli. Tunamtarajia waziri Murkomen, waziri wa barabara na usafiri, naye atakabiliana na maswali kutoka kwa seneta Mwenda Gataya Mofaya. Huyu ni seneta wa Tharaka Nithi County. Seneta huyu anauliza, ni kwa nini ujenzi wa barabara kutoka Kajiunduthi hadi Marima umesimama? Ujenzi ulianza kisha ukasimama. Barabara yenyewe inatarajiwa kupitia Iriga, Chogoria, Weru, Mutindwa, Kiriaini na hatimaye kumalizikia katika sehemu ambayo inaitwa Marima. Seneta Gataya Mofaya analalamika kwamba ujenzi wenyewe ulianza mwaka wa 2016. Hadi sasa haujamalizika. Zaidi ni kwamba umesimamishwa. Wizara ya Mheshimiwa Murkomen inachukua hatua gani? Hili ni swali la Mwenda Gataya. Kwamba wizara ya Mheshimiwa Murkomen inachukua hatua gani kuona kwamba ujenzi wa barabara hii umekamilika. Naye seneta pia anamtaka waziri Murkomen atoe makataa ya kurudia ujenzi wa barabara hii. Na hatimaye seneta Mofaya anasema barabara katika sehemu fulani huko kwake kaunti yake hazipitiki. Sehemu zenyewe anataja ni Gitumbani, Mutindwa, sehemu ambayo inaitwa Gantwaki, Kajiunduthi, Kiriaini na Marima. Anaomba kujua hatua ambazo waziri Murkomen anachukua ili kuhakikisha hizo barabara zinapitika, ije jua, ije mvua. Wapili kuuliza waziri Murkomen maswali si mwingine ila seneta mteule Peris Tobiko. Anasema barabara ya Imaroro kuelekea Isara katika kaunti ya Kajiado haina matuta ya kudhibiti kasi ya magari. Matuta yanahitajika katika maeneo yenye soko, karibu na shule, kwenye daraja Na anasema kwa sababu hakuna matuta, ajali za barabara zimekuwa nyingi sana. Je, kuna mipango yoyote ya kuweka matuta katika barabara hiyo? Ndilo swali ambalo Seneta Tobiko anamuuliza Waziri Murkomen. Swali lingine ni je, Wizara ya Barabara na Usafiri ina mipango ya kuboresha barabara ya Isinya Konza? Iwapo hiyo mipango ipo, basi itaanza lini? Seneta James Murango na wa kaunti ya Kirinyaga ni mwingine ambaye anatarajiwa kumuuliza Waziri Murkomen maswali, na anauliza je, wanakandarasi ambao wamepewa tenda ya ujenzi wa barabara katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga wamefanya miradi gani ya kijamii, yani corporate social responsibility CSR? Seneta Murango anaomba kwamba wanakandarasi hao kupitia kwa Wizara ya Elimu wafanye jitihada kuboresha miundombinu katika shule moja ya msingi na pia shule moja ya sekondari. Na swali lingine ni kuhusu ujenzi wa barabara inayotoka Mururi kuelekea sehemu ambayo inaitwa Kiumbu. Barabara hii anasema inapitia Urumandi, sehemu ambayo inaitwa Ngushui, Mahigaini, Nyamindi, Kianugu na hatimaye kumalizikia Kiumbu. Seneta Murango anataka kujua ni kwa nini ujenzi haujaanza ili hali mwanakandarasi alikwisha pewa tenda. Na tukisalia katika swala la barabara hiyo, Seneta Murango anaomba kujua hali iko namna gani kuhusu tenda hiyo ambapo mwanakandarasi amechelewa kuanza kazi. Zaidi ni kwamba serikali kupitia Wizara ya Barabara na Ujenzi inachukua hatua gani kuona kwamba ujenzi huu unaanza mara moja na mwanakandarasi atachukua muda gani kukamilisha kazi katika barabara hii. Mpenzi mtazamaji, kengele inazidi kukirizwa. Maseneta kadha wa kadha wameweza kuingia katika bunge la Seneti. Baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu kikao kitaanza, lakini nikizidi kusonga mbele, nikizidi kukueleza, Seneta wa Kirinyaga atakapomaliza na maswali yake ataingia Seneta wa Kakamega Dr. Boni Khalwale, naye pia ana maswali kwa Waziri Murkomen. Yake ni kuhusu uwanja wa ndege wa Kakamega. Ni kwamba rais alitoa amri kwamba uwanja wa Kakamega unatakiwa kuboreshwa ili uwe uwanja wa kimataifa, yani Kakamega International Airport. Mtazamaji, mimi ni mzaliwa mji wa Kakamega na Seneta Dr. Khalwale anaomba kujua iwapo serikali ya kaunti ya Kakamega ilitafuta maoni, yani public participation kutoka kwa wananchi na kupata idhini kabla ya kuhamisha watu kutoka eneo hilo. Anaomba pia kujua, je, serikali ya kaunti imefanya nini ama imefanya uchunguzi wowote kuhusu thamani ya ardhi kwa minajili ya kufidia wananchi wote ambao wameathirika na mradi huu. Swali lake la mwisho, Dr. Khalwale anaomba kujua jitihada zozote ambazo ambazo serikali imehusisha katika kuidhinisha hiyo amri ya rais ya kuboresha uwanja wa ndege wa Kakamega. Mtazamaji, tunamtarajia Waziri wa Fedha Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u afike mbele ya bunge la Seneti. Iwapo atafika, basi atakabiliana na maswali ya Seneta Kathuri Murungi wa Meru County. Kwanza ni kuhusu bima ya afya kitaifa NHIF. Seneta Murungi anaomba kujua ni kwa nini mgao wa fedha umechelewa kutoka kwa NHIF ama kutolewa kwa NHIF. Kisa hiki anasema kimesababisha sana kucheleweshwa kwa malipo katika hospitali mbalimbali. Seneta Kathuri anamuomba Waziri wa Fedha Njuguna Ndung'u atoe makataa ya tarehe ambapo mgao wa fedha utapeanwa kwa NHIF ili madeni yalipwe. Na je, serikali imeweka mikakati gani ama mikakati ipi kuhakikisha kwamba mgao huu unatolewa mara moja kabla ya NHIF kubadilishwa na kuwa SHIF, yani Social Health Insurance Fund? Naam, Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u iwapo atakuja atakabiliana na maswali kutoka kwa Seneta Momoima Richard Onyonka wa Kisii County. Seneta Onyonka anamuomba Waziri wa Fedha ajieleze kikamilifu kuhusu makubaliano baina ya serikali ya Kenya na mataifa ya Guba, yani Gulf countries. Mtazamaji, kumbuka yote haya ni kuhusu mafuta ya bei nafuu, Seneta Onyonka anamtaka waziri wa fedha aweke wazi makubaliano yote na masharti yote kuhusu swala hili la mafuta ya bei nafuu. Anauliza, makubaliano ni kati ya serikali ya Kenya na taifa lipi hasa la nchi ya Guba? Swali la pili ni kuhusu lita moja ya mafuta. Bei yake katika makubaliano haya ni ipi? Seneta wa Kisii anaomba kujua bei hiyo ni nafuu kiasi gani ikilinganishwa na bei ya mafuta kwingineko duniani. Akidi tunayo, hatuna. Bado akidi haijapatikana, kwa hivyo nazidi kusonga mbele. Naam, zaidi ni kwamba tangu makubaliano hayo yafanywe, serikali yetu imeokoa pesa zozote? Ndilo swali la Seneta Onyonka ambalo anamwelekezea waziri wa fedha. Hatimaye Seneta Onyonka anauliza, tangu hayo makubaliano ya serikali kwa serikali yafanywe, G2G, government to government, je, Kenya ina deni lolote? Na iwapo kuna deni, basi ni deni la shilingi ngapi? Na hatimaye deni lenyewe litachukua muda gani kulipa? Naam, bunge la Seneti pia linamtarajia waziri wa masuala ya vijana na michezo, Mheshimiwa Ababu Namwamba. Huyu naye atakabiliana na maswali kutoka kwa Seneta Cheptumo wa Baringo County. Seneta Cheptumo anamwomba waziri aweke wazi idadi ya kambi za mazoezi humu nchini, na hasa kaunti ya Elgeyo Marakwet. Zaidi ni kwamba kambi hizo zimesajiliwa. Anauliza iwapo kambi hizo zimesajiliwa na iwapo ziko na leseni kutoa mafunzo, iwapo ziko na leseni ya kutoa mafunzo kwa wanariadha. Seneta wa Baringo County pia ana swali la pili ambalo linalenga wanariadha kutoka mataifa ya kigeni. Wajua Kenya inasemekana ni wazi kwamba Kenya ina wanariadha wazuri sana. Na inasemekana pia nyanda za juu za Kenya ni nzuri sana kwa mazoezi ya hawa wanariadha. Kwa hivyo wako wanariadha kutoka mataifa ya kigeni kama Ethiopia hivi na pia uzunguni ambao wanatua hapa nchini kufanya mazoezi pamoja na kina Faith Kipyegon, pamoja na kina Eliud Kipchoge, Kelvin Kiptum na wengine. Sasa Seneta Cheptumo anaomba kujua wanariadha wangapi wa kigeni ambao wanaendelea na mazoezi yao humu nchini. Na anaomba pia kujua hawa wanariadha wa kigeni wamesajiliwa na serikali yetu ama hawajasajiliwa. Iwapo wamesajiliwa, visa yao ambao wanatumia kuingia humu nchini ni visa ya aina gani? Na hatimaye Seneta Cheptumo anauliza iwapo serikali yetu ina mikakati yoyote kuona kwamba wanariadha wa Kenya wanapata mafunzo ya kisasa kwa wanariadha wa kigeni. Hatimaye anaomba kujua, je, serikali yetu inafanya nini kuona kwamba hawa wanariadha wanakuja hapa ndio, lakini wasije wakapiku wanariadha wa Kenya. Naam, tumepata akidi.
Now, clerk, are we okay? So you ring the quorum bell again for another 10 minutes.
Naam, samahani mpenzi mtazamaji, bado bunge la Seneti halijapata akidi, kwa hivyo kengele inazidi kukirizwa tukitarajia kwamba hatimaye tutapata akidi na kikao cha bunge la Seneti kianze. Naam, hapo awali nilikuwa nimekueleza mengi ambayo tunatarajia kuangalia katika orodha. Samahani, sio orodha bali shughuli za bunge asubuhi ya leo. Nikawa nimekueleza kwamba ripoti kuhusu ongezeko la maeneo ya kuabudu na vifo vya watu huko Shakahola katika kaunti ya Kilifi inatarajiwa kuzungumziwa asubuhi ya leo katika bunge la Seneti. Hii ni hoja nambari 11 na anayehusika na hoja hii si mwingine ila samahani, anayehusika
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next
order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next.
Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Senators, today we have a number of questions from 2 cabinet secretaries. One starting with the cabinet secretary for transportation, roads, transportation, and public works. We have around 6 questions. So members, I understand the CS is in this building, and we have 6 questions to this CS. So, honorable members, I think we should really, because of time, if we give each question 20 minutes, you see that is almost 2 hours. So I wish to give him like 1.5 hours, up to 11, so that we can clear with him and get the other questions from the other CS for sports. So members, you limit your questions to the relevant question and maybe as few as possible to do the interventions. Well, there are so many questions, you can dispute yourselves to all the questions so that you can be able to ask the questions. So, Sanjay Datams, where is the CS? So, Sanjay Tatams, are we okay? Is the CS and his team comfortable? Okay. I want to welcome the CS Loans and Transportation, our former colleague, Honorable Mulkomen, to this house. CS, karibu sana to the Senate. This has been your house for quite some time. But when you were the senator for Rio Malakwet, there was no CSs who are coming here to this floor. So this is a new regime. And I want to welcome you on behalf of all the other senators so that you can clear these questions. Question number 47, asked by the nominated senator, Senator Perez Tobiko. I understand she has delegated this responsibility to the Kajiado Senator, Senator Seki. Are you ready, Senator Seki? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The question A, is the Cabinet Secretary aware of the absence of speed bumps at crucial locations along the route from Imaroro to Isara in Kajiado County, particularly around market centers, schools, and near bridges, which has contributed to numerous accidents in the area? B, are there plans to correct speed bumps strategically along routes, and if so, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate the timelines for the same? Honorable Speaker, I have question number 48.
No, let's first clear with the 47. So the CS, that's your turn now to respond to the member. Sorry, give the CS the mic kindly.
Is that okay, Mr. Speaker? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, this it's always very